Oh, stream element spot running. That's what? Huh. So am I... Ah, don't tell it. Don't say it's true. My commands work. Or did I spit it wrong? I need to... Stream elements. YouTubes. Oh no. Oh, wrong fucking. There you go. Why is it still called TRG The Real Geek? Hey Bogdan. Hey Mitchell. Is my mic low? It should not be low, it should be the same as it always has been. I am sitting a little bit away from it though. I don't get it. It's usually low. I have check your volumes, because I have not had that complaint before, and I think I have. Yeah, again because I do have a gain on it. We just had some electrical shit going on. Yeah, so I do have a gain on it. I can put it up a little bit. Like, it was at 3.9, so let's put it up at... hey, CJ, by the way. Let's put it up to 4.3. That should not... let's put it up a little bit more. 4.5. I'm on the... I'm on Ubuntu with VirtualBox. I just got a... So the chatbot just announced itself for the first time in like 6 months. Commands. So I'm going to see if this works. Yeah, it's still fucking up. No, stream elements. I should go with Nightbot or something else. Yeah, but Bogdan, I don't know what happened. Something happened. Okay, quick little subscribe. Thanks for that, man. Yeah, go, Bogdan, check your sound settings under Linux, if they are all okay. Check your external mic, not microphone, headset and what have you not, and see if that's okay. And if it's still low, I don't really know what to do other than putting up the gain. But then I may, you know, cracking up the... I need a fucking mixer where I can hear myself talk. I used to have that. My old mixer, I could hear myself and the output at the same time. Well, I technically could do that here if I basically need a converter from left and right into a headphone jack for the monitor. You are on Win. Oh yeah, there will be a difference from my normal YouTube videos, because in my normal YouTube videos I master the audio. So I have a voice smoother, or what you will call it. I have a compressor, and I boost up the gain in there, just to make it more equal. Hey, EB. Sorry, not EB, Esnik. Yeah, but try and check it under Windows and see if the volumes under your browser is as loud as anything else. But yeah, it should be a little bit quieter than my normal video. I will give you that. It will be a little bit quieter. That's why I have the gain. I can put, if you want it to be loud, I can put the gain up, but just let me know if I'm starting to, you know, what you call it, or what clipping. Because I'm just putting up the gain in the software. In what you call it, Streamlabs. But the reason why I record with lower volume for my videos is that then it don't pick up so much background noise. You know, the kids next door yelling, the neighbors yelling, dogs barking outside, refrigerators in the back end and stuff like that. So that's why I record with lower volume on my videos, and then I master, you know, I beef up the volume in my editing software. But I boosted up with like 2 dB in the gain on Stream Elements. Hey, BB. So let me know if this is okay with the sound. Again, I can't put it higher up, but I'm close to going into the red on my mixer. But then again, this whole setup, because I have a cloud lifter, is a little bit iffy-diffy. So why is my bot saying it's active when it don't work? You increase the speakers. Yeah, but is it massively lower than normally, or what? Because I can go higher. In maybe 50%. It should not be that much lower. That's strange. 50%, huh? Let's try and give it like I use the built-in software under DaVinci Resolve. Let's give it 6 dB up then. Oh, not 60. I just don't want my microphone to go totally nuts though. Let's try 7. See if that's better. But yeah, if my microphone starts to sound like it's clipping, just let me know. Okay, so this is better. What would you say this is now? 40% lower? Yeah, but they shouldn't have to. That's the problem. I don't like it to be. I don't mind it being lower, but I don't like it be like they have to fucking amp up everything on their end. Something like that. Okay, so if it's 40% now, 30 to 40% lower. So if I do 8, is this even better? And do I sound like... I don't want my sound to be massively crappy. I don't want to sound like EBs in a fucking, you know, in a refrigerator, in a under the water, while someone is humping his That sounds better. I think your voice volume sounds fine, and my playback volume is only... Okay, so if I leave it at this is okay then. Okay, this is fine. Cool. Awesome. So it's because I have a cloud lift. It's basically an artificial gain between my microphone and my mixer. So it kinda skews how the mixer works a little bit, because you have to account for the pre-gain that you get, and then the amplifier or the mixer is gaining it up, and then I have to when I look at my streaming software, it basically gives me a wrong impression of what's actually going on, because if I turn up and down my mixer, it don't show on my volume meter on my stream elements. So I can overcrank my mixer right now and be clipping, but it don't show on my mixing software because of the setup that I have. Because it's still giving the same signal, if you get what I'm saying. It's a big mess. Audio is a fucking mess, man. I just don't want to sound bad, that's all. But if this is like okay and fine, let's keep it at this then. Also in my recording software, I double track my voice to get it a more bassy feel to it. So I have 2 voice tracks for each one. Now Stream Elements started to fucking do the subscription. Stream Elements, you are fucking slow as balls today. I need a new bot. And I'm just getting a cup of coffee, so... Oh yeah, the same here, Bogdan. So I don't want to stream for 10 hours today, but... Because I have to go to the gym tomorrow morning, I want to stream till I go to bed. Or like an hour before I go to bed. And I am validating Warframe in the back end, optimizing it and stuff like that for EB tomorrow. So I may be on EB stream tomorrow playing some Warframe also. So what are you guys saying here? Are you going to upgrade to Ubuntu 22.10? Yes, I am. Yeah, the stream elements must have a small MCP. I need to find a bot that works really well with YouTube. I really do. So do you need the background music to be louder or louder or not or lower? Like what about the background music? Now we are at this here. I'm just looking at the stream elements. Yeah, I think this upgrade is how you do it. Normally, it will just prompt you in the software center, Bogdan. If you go into either Discover or GNOME Software or Ubuntu App Center, what the fuck it's called, it will just prompt you to upgrade. That's normally how I do it. Wait, they just upgraded 22.10 or released it? Wait, is Ubuntu finally released? Let's go into DistroWatch. Oh yeah, it did. Ah, that must be what this upgrade is for. We can let's upgrade it live then. Fuck it, let's do it live then. It was yesterday. Ah. So let's upgrade this VM then. Oh, no. Wait. I actually have Ubuntu installed. Let's do it in normal Ubuntu. Now, I actually wanted to start this VM up because I am I am working on this distribution here. But if Velktar is coming in, I want to show him some Python thingy Meduski. But let's boot up Ubuntu, like normal stock standard Ubuntu, and let's upgrade it. Because I installed it yesterday, like from a fresh install, or not yesterday. You can see in my Discord when I reinstalled 22.04. And yeah. It's called. I can show you. I can show you what it's called when I get back. Hey, Tian. I can show you what it's called when I'm getting back into it. Oh! We got a bot. Yay! Now I'm famous. I got the sex bots also. Yes. Yes. Fuck yes. So if we go into Ubuntu software and we go into upgrades, I am up to date. Huh. I think I know what's wrong. Where's the update tool? Good times are coming. Yeah. Here, software and updates. So here, notify me for Ubuntu versions for any version. So I need to change it to also get me updates from the intermediate releases. So I should now get updates if I go in here. Yep. Now we get an update. This software on this computer is up to date. However, I love when people say however. It always sounds like condescending as fuck. Ubuntu 22.10 is now available. You have 22.04. I normally do this in the command line, but I would do this on a video because it gets a shit ton of clicks. But we could do it on a live stream, and then I can just make a video out of it. So let's upgrade it here and see how it goes. I have 2 extensions installed. I have the weather app and I have Arc menu. I kind of want to keep Ubuntu as vanilla as possible. I'm drinking Starbucks Grande, I think it's called, and then I have some water beside me. So now it's upgrading. Let's yeah, it's disabling third-party repos. That's fine. Why can't I see terminal output? Kinetics not respond. You might want to wait a while. Let's just wait. Oh, cola. So you want me to kill Snapstore? Oh no, it's working. It's working. No, it's working. Zero Sugar, yeah. Hey, said Joker. How are you, man? Start upgrade. I will say this. The last 4-5 years, I have never had a problem with upgrading Ubuntu like this. Never. You doing good? Oh, I'm a little bit tired. I went to the gym yesterday, so and this is how stupid I am. A little bit of a life story here. I don't know how out of shape I am before I start to do shit. So I take long breaks from working out sometimes because I'm getting lazy and I'm also getting older and... Oh, Warframe is done updating. So when I then go back to the gym, I forget that I took a break. So I start to do the exact same thing as I did before, like when I was younger and stuff like that. And I can still do it. I'm just beat when I come home. because I'm not in shape. You know what? I don't have the cardiovascular system to do the same shit. So when I came home yesterday, I sat on my chair and I almost collapsed in my fucking office chair from exhaustion. Like, on the way home, I was so fucking tired, I actually managed to get myself a panic attack on the way home. And then I sat my fat ass down on the chair and I basically just like slept for like 10-15 minutes. I was so fucking tired. And then I took something to drink and I took like a 30-minute nap and everything was fine. So tomorrow when I go to the gym, I need to just take it a little bit easier. I basically just, overexerted myself. And you need to be aware of that if you start to exercise and you haven't done it in a long ass time. You need to remember that it's a long ass time since you've exercised. Like, I haven't like physically exercised like really, really hard in like 2 months. Because of work and then, life, and then, you go into the rhythm of not going, and the last month I only went one time a week. So that's not really enough. So yeah, I'm still a little bit used, for that a better word. But tomorrow I'm going to do that. It'll do a snap refresh, but snaps. Oh yeah, I did. I already upgraded the snap store, so that should not be a problem for me. I did it actually today. I went in and did the. I sometimes go in with snap packages and upgrade them with the sudo snap refresh and then the package names, because I saw the snap store was acting out, and then I killed the. I think it was 1743. I think the pit was, or something like that. I killed that and then I upgraded the snap store, so it should all be up to date now, at least the snap packages. So yeah, it's a problem that I've been with snap store forever, man. Hey, Benjamin. I don't know, Sad Joker. I haven't looked into 22.10 yet. I actually didn't know it was released yet. Because I'm working on a respin of Ubuntu for myself, with a lot of scripts in it and stuff like that. And now that it's officially released, I need to re-download Ubuntu, and then I need to set it up as I want it, make the ISO with the scripts and stuff like that, and then reinstall Ubuntu, so it's basically running my version of Ubuntu. I do that every time there comes a new version out of Ubuntu. I upgrade like this with Ubuntu, the normal Ubuntu release. Normally I would do this on a video, but right now I'm just doing it for you guys and girls. And then Ubuntu I reinstall, because I normally make my own version of Ubuntu every time with my preferences for Ubuntu, because it's kind of my main VM. Ubuntu is kind of my main VM. And then OpenSUSE is a second, and then Manjaro EndeavourOS will be a third. You installed 22.10 yesterday, but yeah, I don't know what all the fuss is about with Ubuntu. Because I think every Ubuntu release is great. It depends on your hardware and what you're looking for, of course. But what I'm curious about is, does everything just carry over? I know I need to go in and enable the third-party repos, like the PPAs. I think I have 1 or 2 PPAs installed. I couldn't remember. I don't even know. No, I don't even think I have any PPAs. The only thing I have installed externally is the Arc menu and the weather app up here. Like I said, I want to keep this a little bit vanilla. And then Ubuntu is like how I would set up things as I want it to be. Oh, sorry. I only heard a bit about Ubuntu 22.10. Yeah, I haven't read much either, to be honest. But what we are going to do when we're done installing this, peeps, is that we are going on to OMG Ubuntu and see what people, because they must have an article about Ubuntu being released. Let's see what our favorite knucklehead in the OMG Ubuntu comment section is saying. The man with the arts logo, Clark something Clay Clark, or what he's called, what his name is, that have over 6,000 fucking comments on OMG Ubuntu. Let's see if he can manage to fucking be a brainless fucking idiot and bitch and moan. Yeah, Guy Clark, that dude. That fucking amazing. Like, if aliens came down from fucking the universe and saw his comment, they would be running back to their planet as fast as they could. They were like, oh my god, this fucking humanity thing is lost, man. Like, they are fucking lost, man. He's a fucking sight to behold. Every time I'm a little bit tired or sad and I need a good laugh, I just look at his comments. He's like the most brain-dead idiot I've seen my whole life. Well, one of them. And he don't have an MCP like EB has. We all have to remember this is all about the MCP. The last one I made, the one about the kernel or the one about PackSeek. Hey, Pobik. Pobiak? I'm so sorry with your name. I'm so bad at pronouncing name. Oh, kernel versioning. Yeah, people are fucking mental, man. Like, nerds just love to fucking complain, man. Aliens trying to take over the world, but they read Guy Clark's comments and just give up because they missed the Einstein era. Yeah. Dude. The thing about nerds is that they build up their own ego and their own fucking knowledge, or they think they are so smart in their own head that if anyone is not doing what they are doing, they are stupid. And then they have to rage about it. They have to go on social media and rage about it. And I'm just like, there are so many other things to be angry about than fucking a version numbering for a kernel. Who gives a fuck? But every fucking time Linux come out with a major version release, the nerds go mental about it. Oh, it's fine, man. I hope you're well too. I'm doing good. Oh, Jan. Trust me, when we go on to OMT Ubuntu, it's a sight to behold, man. Yeah, take your time, Esnik. It's a sight to behold. So now it's refreshing Firefox, Snap Firefox. Can I see the terminal now? I can still not see the terminal. There you go. Oh, but he's everything that you think he is. Let me put it this way. You're also one hell of a nerd. Well, I'm not really a nerd. I'm just a guy that loves to talk shit. To prevent data loss, all open applications and remove. No, the same, man. The kernel versioning means nothing to me. I don't give a fuck. I look at myself and I see a lot of issues, but are mild in comparison with what other people let themselves go through. Yeah, people are living a too good of a life, man. You know, if your main complaint is that it's called kernel 6.0, if that's something you want to waste time on, being angry about, you have nothing wrong in your life. You're living a fucking great life, man. If that's your biggest fucking complaint in life, that Linux is called 6.0 now, let's be honest, you're fucking living a great old life, man. Like, you're fucking living you're living the high road, man. And the wallpaper went down because I think we are going back to Wayland and I'm using a add-on for that. Oh no, now it comes. We got Variety up and running again. So yeah, let's open the terminal and do a uname. Yep, 5.19. Yep, we are running the latest version. I have no idea what this is. It's just taking down Bing's wallpaper of the day and then upgrading it every day. Oh. Well, the Arc menu works, but my weather app don't work. Do we have extensions? No, we don't. What if we go into settings? Ah, this is what they made. Ah, yeah, right. Yeah, I need to update the weather app. Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this one here. I actually like this a lot. And the sound seems to be working quite well. Yeah, I couldn't, Phobia, I couldn't agree more, man. Yeah, so it carried over every settings that I have. Is extensions in here? You know what? I know it's if I open good old Chrome, it should be in there. That was actually quicker than it normally would take. Oh, here it is. An update extension is available. There you go. So we need to upgrade. Oh, it's outdated. Okay, we need to wait for it to. Oh, there you go. You got the. Yeah, it's working now. Yeah, I just needed to upgrade it, but it's not. Chrome has lost its theming. I will say I'm starting to warm up to GNOME a little bit. Okay, so why is it not someone else using Brave? They see you got kicked out of Mozilla or something. Yeah, it's fucking mental. I need to change the appearance here a little bit. Let's go over to default. Let's go over to dark. I'm liking it more than I used to. I still like Plasma better, and I still like Bocce way better. Don't get me wrong. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think that the theming style is working. Oh, now it's working. There you go. Yeah, Ubuntu GNOME is way better than normal GNOME. Yeah. Oh, I haven't touched Bocce or changed the environment under EndeavourOS since the last livestream, Joker. Yeah, exactly. And GNOME is nice, but I still, again, I also kind of prefer Plasma. It just gives you more options. It's more modern. It allows you to do more things. I just like it in general. But yeah, Bocce under EndeavourOS, it was so good that I installed it under Tumbleweed just to compare the experience between Tumbleweed and Endeavour or Arch Linux with Bocce, and it's apples to apples. It's the same experience I get. They are just as great, just as stable, same version, and all of that fucking shit. It's really, really good. Bocce has really surprised me. I'm using it now under Tumbleweed also as my only desktop environment under Tumbleweed. But probably because it looks more Unity to me. We can open two of the same application and click on the icon on the dock. Two of the same applications. So if I open a new window of this. Ah. Well, what do you want me to do here? Yeah, BB extensions tends to break a lot. That's why I like to run GNOME on Ubuntu, because the extension makers, they tend to make extensions work for Ubuntu. That's their primarily focus, is that the extension works with the GNOME versions of Ubuntu. So I I tend to like that. Okay, so what are you guys saying? Also, it's just me or is Plasma even... Plasma is way lighter than GNOME. Way lighter. But since I found out about Linux and open source stuff, I can say that I'm really sick of 90% of Linux. Oh, I couldn't agree more, man. I couldn't agree more. Now left click on the Chrome icon on the dock. Okay, left click on it. I did left click on it. The Unity window switcher. Oh, on the dock. Fuck me. Sorry. Oh. Ah, neat. Ah. Yeah, I see. Cool. Yeah. So I have for me, if I have to run GNOME, like I run only I would run I would run GNOME on the Ubuntu because it's the most usable version of GNOME that you can run. And also, like I said, GNOME without extensions is fucking bad. So, and the fact that a lot of people are making extensions for GNOME are focusing on the Ubuntu versions of GNOME, it just makes sense that if you are going to use extensions, you have to use GNOME. The new users, to the new users, it feels like they are putting a gun and back at your head and say everything is bad, Ubuntu. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. Ran out of whiskey, I could really use to be drunk right now. Those same nerds use Windows in VirtualBox and other machines because they need it. Yeah, this is I love this so fucking much. I don't use Windows, and then because it's not on my main, it's not on bare metal, but you use it in a VirtualBox. It's not the same. It's exactly the fucking same shit. If you use a system in a virtual machine or not in a virtual machine, you're still using the system. And then they spend so much effort setting up Windows with GPU pass-through to play games on the Windows and blah, blah, blah. And then they call themselves a Linux gamer because they run Linux as the host. No, you're still gaming on the Windows. And you're using all of this fucking hassle to get it to work on the Windows. You're still a Windows user. Get out of your fucking ass, man. Get your head out of your ass. Don't know what people say, but Ubuntu for me is always... Yeah, I have... there have been Ubuntu releases that was massively fucking bad, okay? Just like with any other distribution. But in general, over the lifespan of Ubuntu's existence, in general, it has been really stable for me. God, I kind of hate the Linux hardcore. Yeah, the Linux nerds are fucking mental, man. I kind of got into a rabbit hole when I was curious of Linux, but now I feel I leave the boat. Yeah. Don't. Here's the thing about Linux. Don't, for the love of everything you believe in, engage with the nerds. Just do whatever the fuck you want. Go and, if you need help, ask for help. Read people that have the same problems, and then if someone is being a dickhead, you just walk away. Just don't engage with them, just walk or fuck away. All the extensions of GNOME are the same extensions I use within GNOME, but the difference is I know Ubuntu default extensions are not going to break. Exactly, Cody. Exactly. Upgrade to the new version of Ubuntu, it's great. I can summarize. Yes, it's... Yeah, I just upgraded it. Proto there. I just upgraded it. I required less extension than years ago. Yeah, they are starting slowly to listen a little bit more to the community. I will say this. But let's face it. GNOME is all about taking features away. Plasma is all about giving the user features. And that's what I love about Plasma. But let's go and see what the good old OMT Ubuntu is all about. Oh, this is going to be fun. Consent. Everything you need to know. 144 comments. Ooh. Let's see. Also, I think we read about the kernel thingy. Also, they upgraded their site a little bit here, right? Ubuntu, what's new in the official flavors? It's now available for downloads. I have a suspicion this one is an old one. Let's see, can we see when it's published? They should have a timestamp somewhere, right? Made a new what's new video for. I don't want to play videos on my stream if I can help it, because the audio on VirtualBox is it's amazingly bad. Updated on Friday. Okay. Oh yeah, right. If there's so many comments, it's a good read. Yeah. So I'm also not sure. Did you see Theory's one video saying that Linux Mint is a useless distro, which is not Mint is actually... Yeah, there's a lot of people that hate Mint. For some fucking reasons. On the title. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad at this, yeah. What's new in the official flavors? Let's see this one here, because there was not so many comments in here in this one here. Oh! Ah, fuck, did I just crash no Chrome again? No. Here! Jesus, give him a break. It's not like... Oh, wait. This site crashes crashes from time to time. Hey, Arnis. A whiny little hater nerd. You are a whiny little hater nerd. Well, that site crashed. I don't know why OMG Ubuntu is crashing Chrome sometimes, but it's all the ads, I guess. It's all the fucking ads, man. Here again. Oh, he's still angry about the fire. He was actually positive there. He's actually being positive for once. Let's reload this motherfucker. Oh yeah, it's that dude. Yeah, Linux hardcore nerds is kind of like Twitter on. Yep, it is. So. Yep. He can be positive once in a while, but for the most part, he's not positive. Let's see what this 144 comment section is all about. It is running smooth. He's talking about Endeavor OS. Oh my god, he's even Endeavor OS user. Oh, I love this. When people are saying this. Okay, let's unpack this here. Yes, I run Endeavor OS as my daily, but I also run Ubuntu LTS and Fedora 36. Therefore, I am able to approach the subject of distributions with an open mind. No, you are not. No, you are not. Because if this is your main, you are biased towards Endeavor OS. Like... And one thing he's not open-minded. If you have to tell people that you are something, you probably are not that. It's a really big tell to people. If someone really wants to empathize to you, like, I'm a really nice guy. I really am nice. I am really am nice. Go ask X, Y, and Z and blah, blah, blah. And the fucking donkey I fucked yesterday, I said thank you when I was done fucking it. If you have to tell someone you are something, you are not that thing. Because everyone else would be saying that you are open-minded. You don't have to say it. And your actions will show that you are open-minded. You will not have to qualify and say that you're open-minded. So that shows me that he's probably close-minded. But he wants to say to himself that he's open-minded, and he wants to say to everyone else that he's open-minded. Hey, Spin Viking, how are you, man? What is the distro for open-minded? There's no one. Yeah, he's definitely not open-minded. You're not helping arts or arts-based distribution with comments and attitudes such as these. Jaco, I care about your opinion because, oh wait, I don't care. Down right back at you. This is my... you just want to act like... oh, now he's playing Big Daddy. Yeah, oh... Oh, Ubuntu developers clearly have a huge potential, or designers, but they can't express it due to what they are working with. This is actually true. Ubuntu UI developers have actively said that it's a hassle to work with GNOME and Advita here. And in the amazing, brilliant MCP Big Brain Guy Clark, that's not fault of GNOME or Advita. It was Canonical's decision to ditch Unity, which is correct, and go with GNOME, as always the fault should be laid at their door. So, the reason why they went with GNOME and not Unity was because it took up too many development resources. They couldn't justify the cost. That is not the same as saying that GNOME don't have problems and Advita is not the problem. It's just that they could not justify spending the resources maintaining and building a fork of GNOME. So they went back to GNOME and work with what they have. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about. It was certainly a controversial moving from GNOME introducing Unity, and it divided many users. Yeah, it did not divide them. It just people didn't like it. This was not here with Ubuntu first appeared in Ubuntu 11.04, and it didn't boost the best instability. Unity was the debut honor of division. What the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, he's so fucking out of base. I just love reading his fucking comments. The only thing he's helped is assumption all Arch users toxic idiot. Yeah. This there were more Linux communities who don't give a single fuck. Do you use Arch or Ubuntu? It's it's all the same. Yeah. There are a lot of people that do that, to be honest. This guy Clark apparently has time for writing paragraphs of text and he's a fucking idiot. Problem is that Arch users think they are... Yeah, Arch users have a superiority complex. Of course they do. What about Gentoo? They think that they are about Arch and everything on the... Gentoo users don't really think that, to be honest. Gentoo users don't really talk much about Gentoo. That's the thing. Gentoo users just keep for themselves most of the part. Most of the part, they just stay the course, you know, do whatever the fuck they want, and then they laugh at Arch people for saying that Arch Linux is fast and Arch Linux is complicated and stuff like that. That's to the most extent that Gentoo users are going out of their conveniences. God, I feel like Arch users only think they know more than anyone else just because they can set up Arch to flex. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the majority of Arch users run Arch so they can say they are running Arch. And I can explain why that is. Proton developer Valve and based on Wine is awesome at running many non-native. I have just made a video for English Bob why Valve is not your friend. This is similar to Stallman's philosophy in the nothing or what the FSS recognizes is acceptable. In reality, though, compromises have to be made. If Linus doesn't want to follow Stalin's philosophy, then it will be all in the dark ages. True. Try using a Linux approved by... Yeah, FSF approved desktop users are fucking bad. Very pleased to see Firefox has finally got its act together. Many even consider install... What the fuck are you? Firefox has probably got its act together. Why is he so fucking angry about Firefox? And it being a snap packages. Oh yeah, Unity was great. I am not reading anything else than Clark's comments because he's fucking mental. Hey, Mr. Cheese. Mr. Cheese. Smoking a pancake? So basically the certified complex just with using... Yeah. Yep, the certification complex, yes. Don't get me wrong, Arts is okay. I love Arts. I don't mind running Arts. I just don't like the Arts users. I'm an Arts user, but I know everyone can set up and use Arts. There's nothing special about Arts that prevent all users from trying it. No. I'm in the minority, but for me, ArtSnap is great. I don't have a problem with Firefox Snap. I don't have a problem with Firefox Snaps either. Like, as a web browser to do normal shit, I don't have a problem with it. I generally don't like Firefox. I don't use Firefox on Windows. I use Chrome all over the board and Edge sometimes on the Windows just to try it out right now. But I don't like Firefox in general. But I don't have a problem with it running it on Linux. It works perfectly. Because people blame Ubuntu for making Firefox a snap either, though it was Mozilla one. Yeah, it was like a joint decision. I mean, you have Arch installed and a flipping manual. And the flipping manual, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have no problem with snaps. They work well. Let's go in here. So let's talk about why people have a superiority complex with installing Arch, the Arch way. It's mostly people installing Arch Linux the Arch way that have a superiority complex. And that's because we have this here. This is the Arch wiki, this is the installation guide. This can be off-putting for a lot of people. It can be off-putting, not complicated, not meaning that they can't do it. It's just they don't want to do it because they have to understand. You have to learn how to read a wiki. Basically, you have to learn how to read an instruction manual. When you have learned how to read this instruction manual, you can do it with your hands closed and a fucking non-sucking your dick. But because a lot of people are not willing to do so, the Arch Linux people that do it this way, they think that they are better and smarter than everyone else. Why? Because, like I said, it's technical enough or difficult enough that most people will steer away from it. They don't want to put on the challenge. So for that reason, they think they're doing something that most people can't figure out. No, they're doing something most people just don't want to do anymore. And that kind of puts them on this pedestal that, I did it, so I must be smarter than you. No, you just have more time than I have. You know, oh, I did something most people didn't do, so it must be hard. No, it's not hard. Again, you're just doing something that most people find inconvenient. And then they look down on people installing like Easy Arch, Endeavor OS as not real Arch users. Because you didn't install it the Arch way, man. Again, this is all about you learning to read a manual. That's all it is. My mom can do this if she could read English. My brother, that's not a tech guy, can do this. It's just most people don't want. They just want... Here's what people want out of a distribution. They want to go from no desktop to desktop as fast as possible. They don't want to sit and finkle with this fucking shit here. They want to go from I don't have a system to I have a system. I can't watch porn, I can watch porn. I can't play games, I can't play games as fast as humanly possible. That's what they want. Using Firefox Snap right now. I installed Arch via an easy installer. Did it the Arch way a few times, but I feel it's not. I don't feel like it anymore. Yeah, I've installed Arch the Arch way plenty of times, and here's the thing: you're just going on autopilot. After a while, you're just repeating, you're just copy-pasting. Thanks, Bogdan. You're just copy-pasting. That's all you're doing. You're just copy-pasting commands into the terminal. How is that making you smart? If you have any knowledge with Linux Arch, you don't even have to have knowledge with Linux to install it the Arch way. You just have to understand how to read. The only hindrance with Arch Linux is that you have to understand how to read a technical document. There are so many reasons why I dislike Firefox. It will take hours to explain. It's mostly what Firefox do, what they say they do, and what they actually are doing. Firefox is no more honest or more of a better company than Chrome or Google is. Or Microsoft is. Firefox is just as bad as any other company. They just open source their fucking browser. And therefore everyone thinks they are better. No, they're just as fucking batshit crazy with you and everything they do with you. Yeah, they are better because they can look at their manual. I don't know why we didn't get any notifications bugged in, but thanks again. Oh, there it is. It's coming now. I have more important stuff to do than to update my system every day. Yeah, exactly. Arch users are people that like to fuck with their computers and know the real work. Yeah, they want to be system administrators at home. What is the Arch way? They have now the install. They have a installer. Right. I didn't install the Arch way, but Endeavor was installed Arch way for. Yeah, exactly. Just like program, most programs go to Slack and copy. Exactly, they copy paste. It's exactly what I did. Just copy paste. Yeah, you copy paste the commands. Yeah. So third grader could do what someone give the Arch. Yeah, if you give a third grader the Arch Linux manual, they can do it. Yeah, just follow the words. Exactly. If I do go back to Arch, I'll use Endeavor. Got to use Argo. Endeavor OS for me by far. It reminds me the Arch forums. I reminded the Arch forum users of this fact. Oh yeah, that they have the Arch installed. Yeah. They probably got mental over it. The Arch. Here's the thing. If you want a project, if you want to expand your knowledge maybe a little bit, if you want to challenge yourself a little bit, like I mean a little bit, you want to challenge yourself a little bit, yeah, maybe install Arch the Arch way. You have some spare time, the wife is out with the lover with the big dick, the kids is out of the house, you're tired of masturbating, you want to do something that is a little bit intellectual stimulating and not sexual stimulating. You can install Arch the Arch way. That's the only thing you get out of it. It's a intellectual stimulation base. It's intellectual masturbation. That's all it is. It's intellectual masturbation. Means it don't give you anything. You don't get anything out of it. You get a release of endorphins when you're done. Endorphins when not dolphins, but endorphins when you're done. You get to feel good for like 5 minutes, and then you want to do it again to get the same endorphins. That's all it is. It's intellectual masturbation. It's nothing meaningful. It's nothing to brag about. That's all it is. So when I see people like, oh, I install it the Arch way and I'm superior, I'm just like, yeah, you just masturbated your fucking brain. So you're proud of you masturbating. Yeah, fuck you, man. Every company is same at the end. They all companies and they all have a... yeah, exactly. They all care about profits, yeah. Yeah, if they don't acknowledge their own installer, that's the most amazing. Yeah, they are fucking mental, man. Get something to drink, people. If you do a Linux from scratch install, you get to release... yeah, a Linux from scratch is like... it's like a virtual reality masturbation for your intellect. But at least under Linux from scratch, you also have to deal with compiling. You know, you have to learn and understand a compiler and compiling software, what it is, hunting down dependencies. That was what was great with the Slackware back in the day when it didn't have a package manager. When you ran Slackware in the 90s, early 2000s, you were the package manager. You yourself did conflict resolutions with packages and libraries. You yourself had to hunt down and compile libraries to make a software run. You were basically Pac-Man. You were the apt-get. You were the package manager on top of maintaining and administrating Linux. You learned a shit ton about how to set up a compiler, use a compiler, compiling flag, all of the things you basically are doing with Gentoo. Nowadays, Gentoo, you're just handling compiling flags, and then it does all the compiling dependency resolutions and stuff like that for you. But back in the day with Slackware, man, and for the longest time with Slackware, it didn't have a package manager. You were the package manager. So if you really want to learn Linux, or back then, if you really, really want to learn Linux, how it worked from the ground up, you had to run Slackware. Arch Linux is just... Well, the only thing... If you install Linux, Arch Linux this way... give me a sec here. If you install Arch Linux this way, you learn one thing. You learn what Ubiquity is doing behind the scene. You learn what Calimouse is doing behind the scene. You learn what the Yast installer is doing behind the scene. Because all of this is what an installer is doing when it's installing Ubuntu, Debian, SUSE, any other Linux distribution. This is what Calimouse is doing. You're just doing it instead of Calimouse. So if you want to know and learn how a graphical automatically installer works, well, this is a great way to figure this one out. And when you know this about Arch, when you know how to install Arch the Arch way, you can make your own installer, what Esnik did. You know, he made his own installer with the Esnik script. But all it teaches you is how an installer works. It don't teach you how to maintain Linux. It don't teach you how to upkeep Linux. It don't teach you the best practices. It don't teach you how to configure Linux. It don't teach you how to set up Linux for different environments and situations, all that shit. It only teaches you how an installer works in the back end. And if that's something you need to understand and know, and you want to understand and know, maybe installing Arch the Arch way is a good place to do it, and you get the satisfaction of mentally masturbating on the top of it, or intellectual masturbating on top of it. FreeBSD for the win if you want to do all that. Yeah, FreeBSD also have a package manager. That's a quite good one. I can relate a little bit what you said about... Yeah, Slackware was great back in the day. It still is great. Yeah. Slackware was fine. It still is fine. Did I hear a lot of people complaining about Linux then? I didn't hear a lot of people complaining about Linux then. For me, it was the advent. Yeah, back in the day, people didn't complain about Linux because here's the thing. Linux has become so easy that you get a lot of those pseudo-smart people into Linux. So, what's going on with Linux right now is that, like I said, with the... I need to have something to drink here. So what Linux is doing is that it's complicated or hard, whatever you will call it, enough that a lot of people just don't want to deal with it. But it's also easy enough that almost everyone can do it if they want to sacrifice the time to do it. So, the people that want to sacrifice the time, they get this false sense of superiority on an intellectual level because a lot of people say, oh, I don't want to do it, it's too complicated, it's too hard, call it X, Y, and Z, what you will. So they now think that because I can run Linux and install Linux, I am now intellectually superior than X, Y, and Z people that don't do it and don't want to do it. When in reality, it's just a matter of what your interest is and do you want to invest the time to do so. And then we get a lot of people complaining because they think they're smart and they try to play smart in things they have no fucking idea what they're doing. I'm looking at you, Chris Titus Tech, you fucking MSP maniac. Chris Titus Tech, DistroTube, Mental Outlaw, Luke Smith are perfect example of this. They could not have run Linux in the 90s and early 2000s. They would all have been running away with their dicks in their asses and cried to their little baby mama. Because it would be way too complicated for them. I'm going out there and say that. But right now, it's at the point where people that really, really want to can do it. It don't take a lot of effort to run and install Linux. But because people are still putting Linux on a pedestal as being hard and technical and inclined, they start to believe it, you know, and they build themselves up in their head to be this superior being, intellectual and technical, because, sorry, they're doing something most people are not doing. When in reality, it's just a matter of, hey, They just don't want to spend their time doing that. They'd rather fucking get a blowjob. They'd rather go out with their friends. They'd rather fucking fuck their partner. They'd rather take their kids to an amusement park. That's the only difference between those people. Mario did a video showing a bootstrap installed Debian, and it looked exactly how... Yeah, I could definitely see that, Esnik. Let's install Ubuntu server and brag about us using... I used Ubuntu server as a file server like a couple of years ago. Guess I have a project for tomorrow. Yep. Our Bastion server still runs Slack. Oh. It's funny that tribalism in Linux, you have it with distro. Yeah. This is the fun, Mr. Cheese. This is the funny thing about Linux. Linux nerds are the only group of people that I know. Well, besides social justice warriors. Linux is the only group of people that I know that is at war with everyone and themselves. So they are at war with proprietary software, Windows, Apple, everything that's not Linux or open source. Plus, they're also eating themselves up from the inside. So they're at war. Oh, you like systemd, that's bad. You liked everyone, that's bad. You are not an Arch user, that's bad. They are fighting with each other on the inside also. And the only group of people that I see doing that right now are social justice warrior. If they can't find someone external to attack, they find someone within their own ranks to attack. And Linux nerds do the exact fucking same thing. It's so funny to watch. Like, everything in Linux is a fucking war. DistroTube is such a weird guy. Why did I go... Yeah, he's a fucking mental nutcase. Like, he... Let me put it this way with DistroTube, okay? I'm glad he found Linux. Because I believe that if DistroTube have not found Linux and see that as his calling, he's run headfirst into a wall to be picked up by a skinhead group or extremist group for some fucking other matter. Like, he would be one of the people we see in the news doing terrible things. So I'm glad he found Linux. Okay? I'm glad he found Linux. Or else you would have seen him, doing crazy things to people in the news. He would be picked up by, some form of extremist group with a really output fucking look of life. Because DistroTube wants to fit in, he wants to be liked. He's really angry. All of the trigger points that makes people join, extremist groups, he has. He just found the best extremist group, Linux nerds, where he's not really harming anyone. I really like the new non-cursor installers and the fact that I didn't know anything about. Yeah, exactly. My first distro tried to Slackware after the third install. Ubuntu 12.04 was not hard, but it was a pain to get working and using it daily. Yeah, I know. I'm not even saying that, Lamer. Try and run Linux in the 90s and from 2000 to 2005 or 10. 12.04 would be like a fucking breeze for you, man. Yeah, mental outlaw isn't even outlaw, it's just mental, yeah. I learned that very early on. Just install everything with Slackware, yeah. It rubs tech lotion on its skin, exactly. I used to be sub to DT before he blew up and really enjoyed watching his channel. I watched his earlier content. When he only did the distribution reviews, I was also sub to him back then, yeah. What's up with DistroTubes? Because I never really looked at... Oh, he's a fucking... Like, DistroTube is an extremist. Like I said, DistroTube sounds and act like an extremist left-wing guy, or extremist right-wing guy, or extremist Muslim, or extremist anti-homophobic guy, or, he's an extremist guy. He goes to the extreme. He just found Linux before he found anything else, or before he got picked up by any, or as far as we know, he could be a fucking skinhead, or he could be, running with the clan, we don't know, but he found Linux before one of those extremist groups picked him up. And I'm kinda glad for that. But yeah, he's a fucking nutcase. DistroTube will have the Joker arc without Linux. Yeah. I used to like watching his OpenBox videos was okay, yeah. I worked for SCO, then I went to work for an ISP, very early Red Hat. Yeah, Red Hat was good in the early days. Still is, to be honest. I understood the older were harder. I'm just saying, if I had trouble with Ubuntu, it will much more worse on the old. Again, I still think that Linux from 2010 and up was easy. Is easy. Yeah, DistroTube is just an extremist hardcore FOSS guy that uses Google as a search engine. Yep. Yep. He's a hypocrite. I think DT is a zealot, like he say. I think he's just very passionate about Linux started. So so this might make him seem... Oh, he's not... DistroTube is exactly like what I just described. When you see interviews with him, he's narcissistic, he's arrogant, he's self-righteous, and he looks down on anyone else but himself. Again, a prime candidate for extremist groups. Do you remember the gun? Oh yeah, the gun video that he made. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. Linux has been easy mode since 2010 is and up. No, DistroTube, he's the only guy in the Linux community I would not want to talk to in private because I would probably slap him in the face. I'm not joking here. I don't mind if Chris Tides Tech came up to me and was like, "You fat fucking idiot, why don't you like me? Why do you rip me a big asshole every time on your videos?" I would gladly have a beer with him and talk with him about it. The same with Mental Outlaw, the same with Luke Smith. DistroTube, he just rubbed me the wrong way. Like, the way he acts, his mannerisms, I think you call it, the things he say, the way he says them, it's just like, he just scream, "I cannot be trusted." He just scream, "I don't give a fuck about you." DT is a guy who parties with beer cans with NVIDIA open source. Yeah, I think the last video I've seen for DT was the video about students protesting for the phones in schools. Now, he's fucking amazingly bad. These guys have extreme Linux views but don't contribute to... Exactly, Joker. Exactly. They love to sit here and bitch and moan and want everyone else to do something that they think is right, but they don't want to help them doing it. They don't want to be a contributing factor to do so. I think someone should tell DistroTube to let his hair down in his next live stream. That would be fucking funny, Craig. The good, the bad, and the ugly, I can hear that, yeah. Or even engage with projects in some way. Yeah, they don't... Oh, DTOS, I need to try that out. Oh god, I hate the it's open source argument. Yeah, exactly. We can see the... Yeah, it's meaningless. Years ago, DT did a video about going to Trump. Yeah, exactly, Esning. Most of them feel like they are contributing simply by trying to popularize the cult of Linux. Yeah, it's not, no. Someone in the Arts Discord said this is one of the best YouTubers, and that's why I left the fan base and tried it. Yeah. DistroTube is a great cult leader. No, he's not a cult leader. DistroTube is a great cult priest or preacher. If you had a cult and you want to recruit people, you would have people like DistroTube doing it for you. You will use DistroTube to recruit people into your cult because he's really good at it. He's really good at selling the Kool-Aid, the copium that's the free and open source software movement of FOSS. He's a good salesperson. If you had a sex cult, you will use DT to get whatever you want into your cult. I don't, and I'm the first one to admit it. I have an idea about how we can make money out of open source software. Hear this. Hear this. Hear this. Come to the altar. DT is one of the best when it comes to about tutorials. Nope. Learn Linux TV, Hardware Canucks, Digital Life. There are so many better fucking tutorial makers out there for Linux. I can't even remember them all. Like, DT's not even good at making tutorials. I actually say he's bad at it. Because every time he makes a tutorial, he has to preach. He has to throw in some form of preaching the gospel of Linux. And that's not being a good teacher. If you're a teacher, you should do it unbiasedly of political influences. And make the students make up their mind. There lived a certain user in Linux not long ago. Yeah, peer-per-view fights between Linux YouTubes. Oh, that could be amazing. I will go to a Trump rally. However, I would gladly go to a Trump trial. Oh, I wouldn't go. They checking up snaps, open the terminal type. So yeah, sudo snap. Yeah, I installed Ubuntu Studio and the Firefox browser will not open. Yeah, sudo snap refresh Firefox. Oh, thanks, Twisted Oracle. DT is a little special. But come on, you're way out of line. You're No, dude. I'm almost 40 years old, okay? I'm almost 40 years old. I have worked with a lot of people. Like in all like anything from CEOs to fucking janitors, okay? I've seen people in all walks of life, how they conduct themselves. I have talked to I've not worked, but I've talked to extremist people that have extreme views. Like, extreme views. And he fits in to those fucking arrogant, narcissistic... I'm not saying he is narcissistic, but he thinks about himself to be superior than other people. He says so himself in his fucking videos. Yeah, take care, quick. If you see someone saying that they are superior than you are, DistroTube have said and have done it multiple times in his videos that if you are not using open source software, you are not as good as him as a person. He is superior than you. He said in one video, I'm not going to look down on people not using open source software. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, yeah, I'm looking down at people not using open source software. And then he put, because he felt more superior and stuff like that. If someone say that, that's fucking... It's a massive red flag, okay? If someone thinks that they are better than you by doing something you're not doing, that's not hurting anyone, that's not changing the world, you are not doing anything wrong, he's not doing anything wrong. But if he thinks he's better than you for using Linux this or open source that, and he's looking down on you, talking down to you, he's repeatedly talked down to Windows users and Mac users. Repeatedly talked down to them. Like they were small fucking kids. Okay? Now I have a problem. That I have a problem with. Had he just been like, I like open source, more proprietary software, this is what I believe, I stand for this, I will talk to you about it, but if you do what you do, I'm fine with that. I'm not here to convince you, convert you, or tell you how to live your life. Had he been like that, I would have no problem with him whatsoever. The thing is, look, I think it was Lamer that said to me, or someone that said to me that they have heard him say in a live stream, what the fuck it was, that DistroTube feel he was put on this earth to preach and promote open source software. Think about that statement for a little bit while I read comments. I used to like the Linux Action. I used to like the Linux Action show also. Fond remembering their Arch install session. Soon after Matt quit, they lost. Yeah, I like it, Chris and Matt. I just don't like Chris that much. I like Matt quite a lot. I think also it's just his voice, like it's very deep and damn, I can hear that voice for a lot of times even. If he says some crap, that's nothing to do about what the video is. He does have I like his voice. I do like his voice. I do. Hey, Janet. I'm new to Chen here. Could you please explain about this? Explain what? about DistroTube, I think I just did. I use what I want. If it works, it works. Exactly. Respect your opinions, of course. Agree on that point. If it's said, Martin, it is. So here's the thing with DistroTube. So DistroTube is kind of like he's really good at hiding what he really. Thanks for the subscription. So DistroTube is really good at actually hiding who he is. So he may make a video that appeal to the masses, that see him as this nice and gentle guy and stuff like that. But then there's 5 and 6 videos that contradict that. So he's kind of like this two-headed snake in the grass. He can be really, really good and nice and caring, but that's not who he is. He do that to lure you in. Open source is good, but nothing wrong with right. Again, like I said, if you go through his archives, one of the best video you should watch is the video about you may not like us, but we are winning, where he talks about NVIDIA open sourcing some of their drivers. That in that video, he is looking down on other people in that video. He's saying he's not judging people. Why judging people? I have a reaction video about that video on my channel, by the way, where I call him out on this. Like, I'm not going here to judge people, and then he's going to judge people for 5 minutes. Like, it's a really good video to actually show who he really is. I think a lot of you will be made by creating a stream between DT and Kent. Here's the thing with DistroTube. He would probably do it, but he would go in with the notion that I'm just a stupid, fat fucking idiot from Denmark that know nothing about anything. And he would gaslight the living shit out of me. Because he's like a lot of people in comment section. You can come with statistics, you can come with facts, you can come with science. DistroTube will not believe a living shit you say because he already made up his mind. And you can't debate people like that. It's like talking to a door. I contribute to a distro development and I daily drive Windows. Hey, whatever, man. Nothing wrong with Windows. I use Windows also. I use Linux. I use Windows and 5-6 distributions a day almost. I can't remember who said that about him, but someone told me that. I can't remember who it was, but someone told it to me in a live stream one day. I just for some reason I just correlated with you. I'm not saying you said it. I've just heard it from someone. Yeah. DT should grow a long beard and start eating his toe fungus, yeah. I agree, there's nothing wrong with using Windows, but please think how the computing world would be without Linux. Have you seen the greed in video games? I think that will happen to... I think my dyslexia is fucking up right now. I think that will have happened with... So here's the thing. And this is... Be prepared to be triggered. Be prepared to be triggered. I will say this again. Be prepared to be triggered. Linux and open source have not changed the development world or the way that operating systems are being run or done outside of Linux. Linux have not made Windows change its practices on the way that they're monetizing Windows and games. At all. Linux and open source is too small to influence what they are doing. Linux have not made Windows less proprietary or made Windows less predatory when it comes to monetization. The users have, the Windows users have. When Microsoft did something that they didn't like with Windows, the Windows users told Microsoft this was not okay. The same with Xbox. When Windows did or Microsoft did something with Xbox the users didn't like, they were the ones changing it, not Linux. Linux have no influence to what's going on with other operating systems. At all. Again, hashtag on the desktop, by the way. I use Windows to boot into and I fire up a VM with Linux. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, Mr. Cheese. I'm getting very low audio. I boosted up the audio, so that should not be it. I run Linux on 3 AM machines and Windows on... I have more computers, Linux computers running. I only have one. I used to have a lot of computers. I have more than one computer. I have 2 computers running, but one of them is a free server. It's time to drop the disk stack on him, or track. I use Windows, Mac, and Linux. Yep. The same here. I have a MacBook Pro that I run sometimes. Mac and Windows, whatever pays the bills. Yep. Creed in the OS world is already happening. Yep. Hey, I have dyslexia also. Yeah. Now the terminal doesn't work and it's giving me Windows with no function and X to click. Oh, Spin Viking, what are you running? Are you running it in a VM or something like that? Oh yeah, you are. Yeah, Creed has run the operating system business since 1981. Yeah. Most of Linux money is in the server. Well, most of Linux money is in support. Not really in the operating system. It's the support of the operating system they make money on. That's where the money comes from. It's supporting, Linux on a server. It's not really Linux. It's the IT support that they give people for running Linux. I think many open source coders don't realize the scale of installed Windows. Oh, they don't. Here's the thing. How can 2% or 3% of the desktop world change 98%? They can't. And that's the current numbers of Linux on the desktop. If you check Chrome OS as a Linux operating system, we are at 2.8% last time I looked. 2.8% is not going to change 97% of the rest of the world. It's not. Can it make small influences? Yeah, but it's not going to change anything. The Windows users kind of control Windows to a degree. They do. They really do. Like, why do you think we like when they did the whole Metro UI in Windows 8, people bitched about it, so they canned it in Windows 7. In Windows 10. They canned the Metro UI because the users was dissatisfied. That shows the status of Linux desktop. Yeah. Some of the latest stats I think cheesed and that's when you count in Chrome OS if you read the fine prints. If you read the fine prints, I think it's because they count in Chrome OS. I use Windows on my 2012 PC and my only PC right now. And you enjoy it, I make the majority of my income supporting Linus, sent Alma. Again, it's counted separately. The one I looked at that says the 2.87% or what the fuck it was had Chrome OS as in it also. Metro UI was fucking bad, man. But the one I looked at, I can't remember. I can't remember which one it was. Stat count or not stat count, I can't fucking remember. I just looked at it because I saw it in an article. And when I read the fine print, it says that Chrome OS was counted in there also. So I don't know if again this was like last month I looked at it or something like that. So, and it depends on what fucking statistics you look. Some say that it's under 1%. Some say it's under 2%. Some even say it's all the way up to 5% desktop market share. And it all depends on what kind of devices they count in. Because some also count workstations in as desktops, and I would say that's not a desktop, that's a workstation. But some statistics takes workstation with it also. Now it's stuck at the relogin and won't take a command from my keyboard and mouse. Spin Viking, are you running it in a VM? Are you running it in a VM or what's going on? Because you should not have those problems. If you count China, Linux is much bigger. I think that's with China. I think it's globally because a lot of statistics sites, they don't take in statistics by asking people. They take statistics in from what operating system is shown when they visit websites and stuff like that. So it's country agnostic. No, you're in a tower. That seems crazy. So that means that it's not just only it's not like in United States Linux is 2.8%. It's worldwide, if that makes sense. And yes, there are statistics that also shows you country by country which one is using mostly Linux. So if you go to like China, yeah, Linux will probably be way higher up there. But that's only in China, you know, because I think Statistica, what it was called, StatCount, I think they take it worldwide because they are gathering information from websites and online sources. So it's, you know, what clients are connecting to, you know, the online sources. That's how they get their statistics. Many users are excited about Unity, and some even want it ported on other OSs. Why do you think that is? I heard it wasn't like... So here's the thing with Unity. It was... just like with anything in Linux, people don't like change. So in the beginning, and Unity in the beginning was really bad. Let's be honest here. Unity in the beginning was bad, but like the last like 2 or 3 releases of Unity was amazing. Like Ubuntu finally figured out Unity in the end of Unity. But like I said, Ubuntu couldn't justify the time, the money that they put into Unity. So they basically just had to, you know, it makes more financial sense to have a modified version of GNOME, and that the GNOME people do most of the development for them. So there was a lot of people, me included. I loved Unity at the end, was amazing. I loved Unity at the end. I think it was an amazing desktop. So a lot of people that then started to like Unity and have seen Unity mature, they basically just got it taken away from them. Again, because they couldn't justify the development effort. And that's basically why it had a really big fan base at the end. By GNOME, you mean? No. No. I don't know what you talk. Am I missing something here? Unity was made by Canonical, based on GNOME. And I don't think GNOME has that much development influence with Red Hat anymore. It's actually mostly Ubuntu helping out the GNOME people nowadays, if I'm not mistaken. Or am I missing something here? I could be missing something here. Because I think Red Hat... I think... Didn't that stop like some years ago? Because I think that a lot of the Red Hat developers stopped supporting GNOME that much. And Canonical kind of took over. But I could be mistaken though. They also developed Wayland and Pipewire, so they have that. I know Red Hat and GNOME like Pipewire and Wayland. But let's be honest here, Wayland is not even Wayland is still in beta. Pipewire is still in beta or alpha stages. I have a really hard time putting alpha and beta software into production software. And Wayland is massively fucking old. It was a hype for a couple of years, then it died down, and only because Xorg kind of went a little bit like, oh, we don't want to really do this anymore, Wayland took off. And who to say, let's say someone comes up with a new technology in a month, then everyone is jumping on that one. That's kind of the problem with Linux, is that Linux has kind of become this, that we are jumping on new technologies before the existing one is actually done. So we are constantly running beta and alpha and pre-releases of software. Because now this is the next new thing, and let's see what that happened. We don't really see what X software can do at the, when it's really done correctly, because we never see a software, well, we do, but we for the most part don't see software reach the end where, it's mature, it's been, a lot of focus put into it, and a lot of problems have been fixed with it. Because every time, if there is like one fucking problem or two small problems, people are forking it. And that's kind of the problem, is that, oh, I don't agree with that, oh, this is a problem. Instead of then helping the project, they are forking it. And now we have parallel development. We have 10 people trying to solve the same problem, not speaking with each other, holding down the fucking development effort, and so on, and so on, and so on. I don't know about Wayland, but Pipewire is really... I don't know about Pipewire. I haven't experienced not with Pipewire to put up a definitive opinion on it. I do know that Wayland to me is all hype and no bug. I'd rather have that they implemented the few features that Wayland have into Xorg. I really do. Oh, it's Ubuntu. I want to download the latest Ubuntu so I can start modifying the ISO. There you go. Yeah, Ubuntu's the new release here of Ubuntu is also Pipewire, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and yeah, but what is the release state of Pipewire though? Yeah, it's not even a fully released. It's not even a 1.0 release yet. Welcome back, Lamer. And I kind of have a problem with that you're not using basically for all intents and purposes. If it's not a 1.0 release, that means that it's not a production-ready release. That it's not a stable release. So you're putting an unstable, a pre-release, a alpha, beta, what you will call it, release into a production environment, aka art, call whatever the fuck you want, distribution. Even Ubuntu, I kind of have a problem with that. It's kind of like buying a pre-alpha or pre-release game and calling it a release game. And Linux do this a lot, sadly enough. We have a lot of what you normally would call pre-release or alphas that are making... the software will make its way into production environments. Pipewire is already 5 years old. Damn, is it that old? But it don't matter how old the project is. If they haven't... Basically, here's how it works. When you do 1.0, you are telling the world that we are now officially a product. We are officially a release. We are officially ready. That's kind of what 1.0 and up means. It means that now we deem this as being ready. It's not a pre-release, it's not a technical release, it's not a technical preview, it's not an alpha and beta. 1.0 mean the first official release of the software. So I would say that if you really care about Linux and stuff like that, yes, let people have the option to install these pre-release softwares, but don't make them default until at least that the developers themselves is confident enough to calling them a 1.0 release. Oh, it was created by Red Hat. It says right here, as you say. Yeah, you're right. But is it still being maintained by Red Hat? Or is it... who's managing it right now? Yeah, I think the LTS have some Pipewire also, Lema. So this is kind of my pet peeve with Linux, to some extent, is that... we need to be more conservative. Like, we mean to say, okay, is it a 1.0 release? Is it officially a release or not? Are you confident enough in your software that we call this a 1.0 release? If so, yes, then let's do it, make it a default. Until then, it's just a preview. It's just a preview, alpha, beta, call it what the fuck you will. Technical preview, whatever you will. Let's see if we can see who's actually developing it right now. But we could look at their fucking GitLab repository. That would be easy. Rust? I think Rust is overrated. I don't... Like, I have no problem with Rust as a programming language. And Rust has a lot of neat features, and it's an interesting development environment. I actually kind of want to learn Rust, to be honest. I kind of want to learn how to do Rust programming because it sits between Python and C++. You know, it's a little bit easier than C++, but you also get a lot of the benefits of running a compiled software like C++. So I kind of want to learn it, to be honest. But I think a lot of people are overrating it. Because it's the hype train, you know, it's the new thing. I like Pipewire. Wayland works good on my Fedora install, but the desktop security feature means I can't use shutter or screenshots. Oh. What do you think about Parrot OS? I've messed around with it a little bit, and I think that it's an okay OS, but I haven't really run it. I like that the compiler keeps you from making gross memory errors. Yeah, again, it has a lot of great features. But I think a lot of people are like... Here's the thing with Rust. A lot of people are like, oh, it's going to kill out C++, and it's going to kill Python and Java and all of that fucking shit. And I'm like, yeah, let's just wait and see before we start to make all of these fucking crazy, you know, statements. Even if we had a release 1.0 or 1.0 release, I think that users should at least have the options to decide Wayland and Pipewire. Yeah, it can be too confusing for a lot of people. I just wish that there was like a sponsored by or something to that nature. What are my top 3 Linux distributions? Well, that would be Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, and what would be the third? What would be the third? Maybe Manjaro? Maybe Manjaro as the third one? I don't know. Yeah, Fedora. Nah. Yeah, maybe Fedora. Yeah. Maybe Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, and Fedora. Yeah, that would probably be the top 3. Yeah. Look at the commit emails. We have to go back to Pipewire. Where's the commit? Where the fuck is the commits in this one here? Oh, there it is. Do I have to click on all of them to see the emails? I like Pipewire because it supports a lot of more Bluetooth codecs. Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, Tim, that's great. I do like Debian testing, but I wouldn't call Debian testing a distro. Like a traditional distro. My trinity is Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, and Fedora. Because all 3 have big financial and personal resources behind. Manjaro also have that, to be honest. How funny how people brag about certain distro, for example Fedora, and I can't get Fedora or Nodora to even open on my system. Yeah, that's funny, yeah. I like that Manjaro is honest by saying that they are not superior, inferior to other distro. I like a lot of things with about Manjaro. I haven't used this site in fucking forever. How can I see someone's profile? I think they are honest. I just don't think people. So let me put it another way. They are honest, but people just don't like what they are saying. I think that's what it comes down to. So therefore, they are a little bit like, you know. Oh yeah, he's a red hat guy. This guy here is. Don't say anything about him being a red hat guy. That's the same dude. I think that's the problem with Manjaro, is that they are honest to some. Here's the thing: no developer is 100% honest. Let's put it that way. But I think they are honest about a lot of things, and a lot of those things people don't like. So therefore, they are mistrusting towards them. Because I have a feeling that the Manjaro developers don't give much about the whole political aspect of Linux and the philosophical aspect of Linux. They are more a little bit like what you would call Linus Torvalds. They just want things to fucking work. They just want to fit in the world that we are in, and they want to make a Linux operating system that works the best for most people. And if that means doing things that people don't like, or don't want to hear, and don't want to believe, that they don't give a fuck about that. And for some people, that could be seen a little bit as dishonest and stuff like that. Or they think that they are lying, because how can you think like that when you are a Linux distro and stuff like that? You get what I'm saying here. I think that they are the Linux distro that don't want to be in the political and ethical and ethos space of Linux. That's how my takeaway from Manjaro is. How do you think the new look at this, do not ship it? I think I read that one. Where do I came from? How do you think the new Rust Cosmic DE will differ from GNOME DE? In the beginning, I think it will not be that much. Do not ship it. Oh, yeah. I think I've read this or heard about this. I kind of agree with a lot of these statements. Yeah. How is it a diss to Manjaro? How is this a diss to Manjaro, though? Oh, Manjaro ARM. Well, I have no idea. I don't follow ARM development. I don't know, CJ. Here's the thing. I don't like speculating on things that we don't have experienced yet. Here's the thing that I fear with the Cosmic Desktop. My fear is that it's how can I put it? It's too similar to GNOME. It's just done in Rust. So if the Cosmic Desktop is basically just, you know, the experience that we have on Pop OS right now. And that's how it's going to be. But it's just done under Rust, even if it's more efficient and stuff like that. Most people just be running GNOME. It has to do something different. It's the same with other distributions. What makes your distribution stand out? And if it's not standing out, nobody's really going to use it. When I say nobody, I mean the majority of people not go. Of course, there are people that are going to use it. But Pop OS or Cosmic has one benefit. Well, Pop OS. They have a development team that can push it on their distribution for their hardware. But if the Cosmic desktop don't do anything different or anything that you can't get anywhere else in the desktop world, or it's not new-ish enough, it will just be another bocce, it will just be another XFCE, it will just be another Cinnamon, it will just be another GTK-esque or another desktop under Linux that we now have to deal with. And my fear is that's going to happen with Cosmic Desktop. When it comes out, everyone will be raving about it, everyone will be using it, but it all depends on how the Pop OS or System 76 is going to handle Pop OS from release and in the future. That's where the real work is going to be shown. Because if they're just going to give, like a 98% GNOME experience, but with a Rust backend and a few extensions done in Rust and so on, why not just run GNOME? When you run a desktop environment, a distribution, or OS and stuff like that, you should always ask yourself, why am I running this over something else? What makes me want to run this desktop environment or this distro over something else? Again, to stroke Sad Joker's penis a little bit here. When I install EndeavourOS, when I install EndeavourOS, I ask myself this, okay, why am I installing EndeavourOS instead of EasyArcher? Why am I installing EndeavourOS instead of Vanilla Arch? Why am I installing EndeavourOS instead of Arco Linux? Blah, 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 blah. Why am I using this over something else? And like I said in my video, it comes down to the community. And I like the tools that they bring. And it's almost Vanilla Arch for the most. They have a few of their own tools and they do mess with some packages. But it's almost 99% Arch Linux. That's why I do it. I don't get that with EasyArch. I don't get that with Arco Linux. I don't get that with Vanilla Arch. I don't get the EndeavourOS community. I don't get the EndeavourOS tools. I don't get the EndeavourOS wiki. I can use it, of course, if I want to, but this is just following along with the EndeavourOS distribution. And the same with, why am I using Plasma over GNOME? Why am I using Plasma over XFCE? And again, what do Plasma give me? They don't give me that fits my situation in life, my preferences, and so on and so on. If Plasma didn't give me what I like the most, what I use the most, what I'm most common to, what I think is the best experience, and so on, then why would I be running Plasma? A really good example here is that I would be running XFCE. No, sorry, Cinnamon. And I would be setting, this was like years ago, I would be running Cinnamon. And I would be setting Cinnamon up exactly like XFCE. I would be running GNOME. And I would be setting up GNOME as it was XFCE. And I'm like, okay, I run all of these different desktop environments. And in the end, they all look and function like XFCE. Why the fuck am I not just running XFCE? Because XFCE must be what I like to be running. So that's what I did. I uninstalled everything and installed XFCE. You get what I'm saying here. You have to. It's the same when Cosmic comes out. You have to ask yourself, what is this giving me that I don't get other places? And when I am using it, am I trying to make it into other things? One of the reasons why I run Plasma, you looked at my Ubuntu install, right? You saw I had Arc menu up here. And I had the dock over here. This is because this is how I like my desktop environments to be. I want it to be like this. So I'm trying to basically make GNOME look and feel like Plasma. So why the fuck am I not just running Plasma then? And I started to do that with XFCE also. I started to want to run XFCE like Plasma or KDE. I'm like, well, if I'm trying to make XFCE and GNOME and Cinnamon into Plasma, why am I not just running Plasma? So if you start to use Cinnamon, sorry, not Cinnamon, Cosmic, but you're trying to modify Cosmic into being something it's not, why the fuck am I not running? Like, this is my biggest gripe when I see people running GNOME, and they have all of these extensions. They have Dash to Panel, they have Arc Menu, and all that shit. It's basically like a carbon copy of Plasma or the Windows experience. I'm like, okay, you like the Windows paradigm, you like the way Windows do UI. The closest thing to Windows is Plasma. You make GNOME look and function like Plasma, or XFCE or Cinnamon. Why are you not running one of those other systems instead of GNOME? Sorry. Because you are making GNOME function and look like they are. So you must like what they are doing. So why are you not just running them? You know. Yes, and I also think XFCE is a real... Here's... If you were in a production environment, and you need things to never change, XFCE is your king. But to me, XFCE is just too outdated in today's landscape. It's too fucking outdated. A lot of their programs are still GTK3. And we need to evolve. We need to move on. There's this great saying: either you adapt or you get left behind. Either you are following or you're being left behind. It basically means that things will always change. Times will change. And if you don't adapt and evolve with the times, you will be left behind. And there's only one person that you can blame for that, and that's yourself. You cannot blame anyone else for it. Because that's the only constant that you can all account on, is that in 10 years' time, this whole thing will be massively different. And we can't be running this version of KDE because, oh, I like these times, I had a live stream, I had friends, I had a wife, I got sex and all that fucking shit. I want to relive the glory days, so to speak. We can't do that. We have to evolve with the times. And the people that don't evolve are also the same ones that are being left behind, end up being bitter, old, fucking angry people and stuff like that. We need to evolve. It seems to me Cosmic is just a fork of GNOME and Rust. I've used KDE Plasma for decades. Yeah, and I will agree with you with that right now it looks like a fork of GNOME and Rust, and that's just not enough to make it stand out. It just is not enough. I really like KDE, but damn, those settings everywhere is overwhelming. How is it overwhelming? How is this overwhelming? You have kind of the same options as you do with GNOME. I will say that some things you need to click a fucking lot of buttons to go in and mess with. But one thing I really love about people saying that Plasma is overwhelming is that people have no problem running, administrating Linux. They have no problem installing OpenSUSE with the Yast installer. They have no problem installing Ars the Arts way. But this is overwhelming. It's just like, dude, this is nothing. And if you really, really, really want to make it really, really, really simple, you do this. Now we are talking Cinnamon, we are talking XFCE, we are talking Windows. I'm sorry. If this is too overwhelming, you need the settings menu. Like, if you have run Windows in your life, this is nothing compared to Windows, especially fucking Windows 11. Like, you have this menu, and then you have the more menu, and yeah, this is like just as convoluted as Windows 11. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But if you run Nemo, Thuna, it's the same fucking thing. Let's open up the system monitor. I honestly, I don't get it. That's Firefox. Well, Firefox is Fire. Like here's Firefox. Like if this is complicated, this should be complicated. I think a lot of people shit on KDE because they want to shit on KDE. Because they have been told that it's complicated by a lot of people. It's the same reason why people like Arch. They have been told by big YouTubers that Arch is this manly thing, and when you use Arch, you get a bigger penis, all the girls want you. You are now the... You know, you are the man's fucking Linux man. So therefore you should run Arch. And it's the same people say, oh, Plasma is too complicated, it's too overwhelming. Have you run a web browser? Have you run a Word document thingy-madooski? It's no more complicated than Chrome is. It's no more complicated than LibreOffice. It's no more complicated than Thuna. It's no more... Nautilus may be a little bit less cluttered, I will give you that. It's no more complicated than Nemo. Heck, if you're running fucking a tiling Windows manager, it's way more complicated than XFC, not XFC, than KDE. It's honestly is a fucking mute point if you ask me. It drives me up the wall. And why is that? Again, it's the YouTubers that are saying this to people because back in the day, back in like 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. KDE was a fucking bitch to handle, okay? It was a mess. And over the years, they have dealt with all of that fucking shit. But people still... It's the same, like they say with Arch. Back in the day, Arch was the fastest fucking distribution you can install. Not anymore. But because it was the fastest in 2004, it must also be the fastest in 2022. I honestly don't get it. I will say one thing though. If we go up here to show alternatives, and is it the application launcher? This here, I will not even. This here can be looked at as a little bit, maybe complicated. What is the other one here? This here is definitely more. This is more like GNOME, to be honest. Yeah, I honestly don't fucking get it, man. I really don't get it. It's like... It's like you changing an engine on a car, and then you get a flat tire, and you call, you know, your AAA, or what it's called, to come and pick you up and change the tire for it, because it's too complicated for you to change the tire. It's too overwhelming to change a tire. But you just changed the engine and re-renovated the engines. That's when I see people say that Plasma is too overwhelming and too complicated, that's the picture I get in my head. You can fix a car, but you can't change the tires. It's too much for you. When in reality, KDE is one of the most fucking simple environments that you can use. If it's too complicated, you should customize the open bar. Yeah. Every little pop-up there is... I mean, the settings icon in every window. You don't have to use the settings in every window. And in every menu, even the little pop-up, there's a customization logo. Here's the newsflash. There's the same on the GTK applications. You can also... There's also customizable logo there that you can choose. If that is too complicated, this KDE isn't complicated if you don't want it to be. KDE Plasma's defaults are the same and most people don't need to use to change it. Yeah, and I'm not all the time in settings. No, I said. So here's the thing. I set up KDE one time and then I don't. I go in here to set up KDE's appearances. Maybe I fiddle around a little bit with the firewall. And that's it. I never open this other than change the environment. Change the icons and the themes. That's what I do in here 99% of the time. Rest of the time, I do everything in config files. Just like I would be doing on any other operating system. Also in the Linux distribution. This is mostly just being used to change the theme. Maybe the fonts a little bit, customizing the look and feel of it. And when that's said and done, I don't touch it until I want to try something new. If I want to change the host name and shit like that, I either do it on the command line or in a file. I may once in a while go in here and do some networking, or if I want to add a user, I may do it in here. I may do it in the command line. Audio, I may use the audios in here, but I do that via this little icon up here instead. Like, I rarely go in here, to be honest. So that's taking a lot of confusion away. I don't know about ours being fast, but Pac-Man is fast. Yeah, Pac-Man is fast. It's not complicated. I never said that. I said it felt overwhelming by settings logos being put everywhere. Like that settings logo, again, you can right-click and other clicks on on GNOME and XFCE, and you get the same customizable things. No, Plasma is not complicated or overwhelming. I've had art on this desktop, and it was not fast and OpenSUSE tunnel with this one here now. Pac-Man may be fast than app, but I run app far less frequently, so the amount of time spent running Package Manager is less under. That's a good argument, actually, Esnik. So you're upgrading more under Arch Linux, so you're spending more time upgrading than you do on the Debian. So it don't matter, the Debian is a little bit slower, but like you say, the amount of time, accumulated time that you spend in the package manager doing upgrades and stuff like that is probably less on the Debian. There's no reason to click that customize button if you're happy with the current settings. At least KDE offer options to change settings can be afforded. Why do you think most Linux YouTubers hate GNOME? Because GNOME is going to take choices away from them. That's why. GNOME actively take every GNOME update there is, some features are being taken away. The joke kinda is that every time GNOME takes one feature away, KDE adds more features to the desktop. You get what I'm saying here. I know my eyes prefer a cleaner workspace. I know that I can ignore it there and take up space next to the button. So what's not clean about this? If you take away the header here, it will be just like Thuna or Nautilus or Files or what you will call it. These buttons will just be down here. So yeah, there's a little bit of unused space here, but you can customize that. Let's go into... What else do we have here? Do I have anything that requires me a pop-up message? Yeah, maybe this one here. Nope. Oh, yeah. Let's install a program just for the sake of it, so we can get a pop-up message. What the fuck do we want to install? Something that don't take down a shit ton of Abbey Word. Let's install this one. Okay. So what is it that is on? Oh. Okay, maybe this space here is a little bit too uncomplicated. This one here is package specific to this here. But this here is kind of what you also get with a pop-up under GNOME, XFCE. They all... Oh, yeah, I know it's because I'm messing around. They also have this one here. This is not exactly, it's... for fuck's sake, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Like, if we, like, again, almost any GTK application have this options menu over here. It really does. So I don't see it, how this can be cluttered. You have to disregard this one down here because this is specific to this. Oh well, it's not specific. I think this is. I don't know if this is specific to the Muon package manager. But if I run this under KDE or GNOME or XFC, I kind of get the same experience. Instead of this pop-up menu under GNOME, it will blank out my whole screen, basically dull out my dual monitors and take away focus for anything that I'm doing so I can put in a password. I don't like that about GNOME. That is dimming the whole fucking both my screens, because if I'm watching a video and it prompts me for a password, I can't see, it's darkening out both my screen until I activate the password for doing something. I don't really like that under GNOME, to be honest. But I honestly can't see how this is more convoluted, or maybe this here, if this is on all the pop-ups, the detailed here, yeah, that is maybe something that I will not like. But this here, GNOME has it, XFCE has it, Cinnamon has it. What other desktop environments do we have out there? I think that's the most popular ones that we're talking about right now. And you can actually take it away under if you are a UI developer under Qt, you can take this one away here. So I honestly I don't get it. Here's an error message. It's just an icon showing that it, I honestly don't get it. I really don't. It seems like a really nitpicky thing to be bitchy about. Again, I can show places under GNOME that gives you way back. Like I said, under GNOME, like that's let's do an example here. So imagine these are two different screens. This is one screen, this is another screen. So if I do something over here, let's say I'm watching videos and stuff on this screen here. But let's say I'm working here, and it wants a password. It's prompting the user to a password. These two screens will dim massively. Basically, it's like, it's telling you to put in your password. You can't do anything until you put in that password. I can't have that password dialog up like I did just had with the package manager and then go and do other things. I can only interact with the password manager. I see that as a massively disadvantage under GNOME. I don't like that. Like under here, when I have a password prompt up, I can still go, like you guys saw right now, I can go and do other things. The same under Cinnamon, the same under XFCE. If I have a prompt up that prompt the user for something, I still can do other things. That's one of the biggest dislikes I have with GNOME, is that if it prompted for a password or something like that, you are fucked. You just have to deal with that shit. And I have had instances where I've been prompted for a password or a user interaction, where I'm also talking to someone on Discord, where I have to rapidly, reply to them. Well, I have to deal with this shit over here first, before I can deal with this shit over here. To me, that's, from a workload and a work efficiency standpoint, that's a massively negative. It's because GNOME removing features and the GNOME team doesn't respond well to criticism. Oh, no, the GNOME teams are fucking massively dickheads, man. It seems like the most regular pop-up. Yeah, again, I don't get it. I'm not trying to sound sarcastic or elitist or anything. I just don't get it. It's one of those things. It's like, it's the same when TechHot criticized OpenSUSE. You just want to be angry or criticize OpenSUSE for things that are fucking pointless. It's basically criticism that you can find on any other operating or any other desktop environments. Like I said, I can find a lot of things under GNOME that is just fucking unuser friendly, and make it maybe not overwhelming. Maybe overwhelming is, I don't know if that's a good word. The terminal is at least virtually cluttered, so everyone should just use the terminal. Why even terminal? Just TTY is enough. Yeah. We are planning Endeavor with non-X TTY edition. That could actually be really fun. I like KDE, but if it's disappeared tomorrow, I will switch to something else. Yeah, the same here. I would be running Cinnamon or Bocce, to be honest. All I really need is TWM. Yeah. Tom's Windows Manager is actually a really, really good one. Yeah, I just don't... I see a lot of people, especially new people to Linux, criticizing KDE because they hear other people criticizing KDE. And because... And it's this kind of thing, first impression and all that fucking shit, that if you want to go into psychology, if Vector was in here, he could do that with us. But you kind of adopt those belief systems to your own because you haven't had time to make up your own... It's the Lemmings thing. Yeah, Lemmings thing. Yeah. And I just don't get it. And here's another thing. If we're going to talk about these things here, what is the one thing that Linux users praise Linux for? You have so many options. You have so many customizability choices under Linux. Well, hello. You say to Windows users, that's why you love Linux, because you have all of this control and customizability. And then you're going to use a desktop environment like GNOME that basically limits you and take away your customizability. There are two things here that you're saying that are not going hand in hand. If you are all for customizability and accessibility and options and choice, you should want to run KDE, because KDE allows you to do every fucking thing in the world. If you want flying dildos all over the place, you can use KDE, and it's making it really easy for you to do it. Like, there's so many disconnects in the Linux world that is like, I should make a video about the disconnection that is with Linux statements in Linux people and the statements that they make. Because a lot of them don't fucking make sense. They really don't. And when they don't make sense and they're making statements like that, it sounds a lot like they're just repeating what other people are saying that they look up to. And that's really fucking dangerous, man. I saw KDE on a page, was like, oh, I like this one. So it's the same when you saw Esnik on his exercising bike. You were like, I like this one. No focus you to do things its way. KDE lets you do it whatever you want. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I don't mind GNOME. I ain't all for customizing. I use Linux because it's free. In fact, I love Mac OS workflow and its restriction. I would. Mac's OS workflow is amazing. I solved the problem. Simply download Brave from Discover. Now I have a browser that functions, but the pre-installed Firefox. I honestly don't fucking know why you have that problem. Do I even have the snap for Firefox in here? This is still 22.04, this one here. So this is still the LTS release. Nope, I don't have Firefox. Maybe I should try and install it. $19.93. Oh, that's an old one, baby. Well, if you're not for customization, maybe you should just run the terminal. Then you can't really do much. Yeah, that's true, Sad Joker. That's true. Internet. Where the fuck is Firefox? Oh, I hate this about Snap. Sometimes you need to log in and out before it accumulates in the... Yeah, it's not accumulated in the menu. Oh. Yeah, it seems to be working. Hey, Ronna, how are you? You sweetest delight. I think you're from Sweden, or I'm sorry if you're not. I have had Macs. I had a Mac, iMac from 2008 to 2010. I used a Mac OS a lot back then. And now I have a MacBook Pro from 2011 that I use once in a while. You are from Sweden. Awesome. You don't even need Latte Dock to do that, Joseph. You can just use the KDE panel. You forgot to mention that every new feature introduces adds more bugs. KDE beta testers are the users themselves. I haven't had much problems with KDE. I know a lot of people, I know KDE have had its a fair share of problems with bugs and what have you not. I can just say if you don't mess too much with KDE and you don't try to add things in that should not be there, and go in and mess around in config files and stuff like that, you're just doing everything in the control center here. I've not had that much of a problem with KDE. Back in the day, like in 2010 to 2013, 15, KDE was a little bit more unstable than it is today. They have gotten way better the last 5-7 years with making KDE more stable. Imagine being a sysadmin and every user, every has a user customized. Yeah, Arnie, and that's why most you can also lock down KDE so you can't customize it. You can lock it down so you can't customize it. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of Linux desktops are not customized in workstation or in corporate environments. Because they don't want that. And that's also one of the reasons why Linux will never become popular. Because from a support standpoint, having all of these different desktop environments and distributions is a nightmare. And that's also why a lot of software developers don't want to support Linux, because, well, if I support Ubuntu, everyone else will be mad. If I support Arch, everyone else will be mad. If I support OpenSUSE, everyone else will be mad. We don't have a standard, and standardizations are what makes software and maintenance, development, and support great. That said, we do have standards under Linux. Nobody's following them though. That's the thing, because everyone knows better. Sad that the HD that I had with Arch Linux gave up its ghost, and now I only have Win 10 to use. Oh, Windows 10 is great. Upgrade to Windows 11 if you can. I fucking love Windows 11. Firefox works smoothly in Mint. That's not the Snap. I don't know why. Again, I don't know why you have problems with the Snap version. Ubuntu well and SUSE Linux Enterprise, all users know for this reason. So here's the thing. Arnis. SUSE Linux Enterprise don't have an official default desktop. It's not their default desktop. And if I'm going to be really fucking picky with you with SUSE Linux, back in the day when SUSE Linux had an official desktop, it was KDE and not GNOME. Even for their corporate releases. And why Red Hat Linux is using GNOME is not for the reason you think it is. Because Red Hat Linux used GNOME as its default back in GNOME 2 days. And GNOME 2 was almost as customizable as KDE was. So it's not why the lack of customization is not why Red Hat Linux and SUSE Linux Enterprise are using GNOME. It's just because with Red Hat have used GNOME as a standard desktop since forever. Like, since the first release of Red Hat, GNOME have been the default desktop. So I think, and as Sad Joker said, there's a lot of Red Hat developers in the GNOME project. So it kind of makes sense that if there's a lot of Red Hat developers in the GNOME project and have been that since day one, it kind of makes sense for them to use GNOME as a default desktop. But you have to remember, Red Hat Linux Enterprise don't really use GNOME default as its default, or used to not use GNOME, standard vanilla GNOME as a default. It used something called fallback GNOME that basically makes GNOME again look and run a lot like KDE. Gave more options, gave more customizability features, and so on and so on. You also have to remember that Ubuntu is not running vanilla GNOME. Ubuntu adds features back into GNOME that is being taken away by the GNOME developers. So your argument that Ubuntu, Red Hat Linux Enterprise, and SUSE Linux Enterprise are running GNOME as their default environment because it lacks customizability is actually faulty. Because Ubuntu is adding them back in to give people customizability. Red Hat Linux Enterprise, or Enterprise Linux, used to, up till like a couple of years ago, to run a fallback version, again, that allowed the users to do more with the desktop environment. I don't know what they're running now because I haven't used Red Hat for the longest time. And like I said, SUSE Linux Enterprise has no default environment. It's up to the administrator to choose what the default environment is. So I'm sorry, but your argument there is kind of falling on its face massively. It's like being slam dunked into the ground. When I worked for TI, we used Ubuntu, but everyone wanted a different desktop environment. So our boot image netboot was a fucking nightmare. I could imagine that. I agree, that would be confusing to use Linux Starter. Yeah, what to choose. Yeah, I know OpenSUSE and KDE is a... Yeah, and OpenSUSE, I think OpenSUSE still is heavily entrenched into the KDE development. I still think that OpenSUSE is one of... Like what Red Hat is for GNOME, I think OpenSUSE is for KDE. Red Hat used the Looking Glass desktop before GNOME. It was brief, but they shipped Looking Glass desktop, which was not an open source project before GNOME. Oh, I didn't know that. Only well I ever seen is just test mode. Yeah, but you can't get a traditional desktop environment. I actually installed Alma Linux and one Rocky Linux and stuff like that here a couple of days ago just to mess with them. I actually really like them. Europe Linux I installed. I always used to add KDE to my Linux distro, but now I hope to get enough money to build a dedicated computer in an old tower. Hey, that could be awesome, Runner, if you could do that. So you want two computers, so what are your computer set up right now? Maybe because both have their roots here in Germany. Maybe. I don't think KDE has a root in Germany, does it? I think it's an American project. Oh, well, yeah, well. The original developer is from Germany. Yeah, yeah, you may be right there, yeah. You may be right there, yeah. Yeah, they are super supportive of KDE. Alma is nicer than Cent was. Yeah, but you have to remember CentOS was heavily influenced by Red Hat. KDE originated in Berlin. Oh, the good old Berlin! Berlin! It's funny because I'm starting to get the advertisement on YouTube to discover Germany. Germany, the destination for adventures. Go discover the nature, the culture, the music, the food. Germany really wants people to visit Germany for some reason. So, are you guys, are people running away from Germany and you're trying to get them back into Germany? KDE has a lot of deaths from Europe, yeah. Oh, mein Berliner. Had an old one with a Intel P4. Oh my god, I remember those. but will build one with at least 2 cores, is the idea. You don't have a fucking 64-bit computer, runner? Like, do you really not have a 64-bit computer? Like, are you still 32-bit guy? No, YouTube is starting to show like this 3-minute fucking video. The one I use is 64. Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's the one with the Windows on it then. Yeah, I was about to say, if we don't have a fucking 64-bit computer, we need to do something, man. So why don't you just run Windows in a VM then? I'm running away from Germany and only talk about the difference between German and Swedish with my teacher in Swedish. I have to be honest, Sweden is a fucking mess, man. Like, Sweden has gone totally into social justice and politically correct culture and all that fucking shit. Like, they have really lost the ball. Like, they are living in a in a fairy tale land. Like, they have gone way over to that fucking progressive side. Like, it's funny sometimes. I have a tower running Ubuntu Studio, a HP laptop running Mint, an O2C satellite running Windows. Oh, Q4 OS is a great system also. Q4 is a okay system, man. Yeah, Sweden, the last like 3 or 4 years, Sweden has really been a mess, man. It really has. Germany is I like Germany as a country. I like the German people, the German... Like, I live 30 minutes away from Germany. It takes me literally under 30 minutes to be in Germany in a car, driving the speed limit. If I drive as I want to, it will take me 20 minutes. And I loved going there when I had a car to shop and to eat food. And I had a lot of friends that used to party in Flensborg because they had, like, a lot of fucking great... I used to eat in a lot of restaurants in Flensborg. They had like some of the best food near me that you can get. Germany is amazing. You live 30 minutes away from the Netherlands. Ah. Well, you are from the Netherlands, right, Mr. Cheese? Next year, Denmark is on the menu. Don't eat us. Just because we make Danish, don't eat us, man. I like all people just have a problem with some leaders. Yeah, the same here, Runner. The same. And that's the thing, the leaders always fucking mess it up for everyone else. Oh, a neighbor, yeah. I want to visit the Netherlands. I want to travel more. I just need some more fucking money to do so. It's always the fucking leaders that are messing it up for everyone else. But then again, the people elect the leaders, so who the fuck, you know? We have to take some responsibility sometimes. Danish beer is the best. I will say Austrian beer is probably way better. Belgian beer and Austrian beer, like, nothing can beat that fucking shit. Like, if you get a really, really good Belgian beer and Austrian beer, you're fucking, like, it's like heaven. And the fun thing is that Belgian beer, a lot of it was made in like fucking monasteries. It was like monks running around, you know, making beer. And we're just like, you're a man of the cloth, you're a man of God, and you're making really good beer. So are they just having like the best fucking time of their life and having gay orgies while they're making beer? That's the picture I get. Because there's no nuns in a monk, you know, when there's monks around. So, who the fuck are they going to fuck when they're drunk out of their fucking ass? Well, another man's ass, apparently. Or maybe they take the beers with them to the nuns, because every nun, place have at least one monk there. So it's like one guy and like 30 girls. So maybe he gets them all drunk and then he just have his way with them when they're drunk. I don't know. But it sounds really fucking dubious when you think about it. Like it sounds really fucking creepy when you think about it. That monks is like a bunch of drunk fucking guys that then have access to like a lot of fucking women that don't see other guys than monks. Like, let's put 2 and 2 together here. Let's put 2 and 2 together here. We are making alcohol beverages. We have access to a shit ton of women that only see them and no other guys. That's one hell of a party, man. Wise beer is okay. Making food right now, so I will run back and forth. Yeah, go. What are you going to eat, runner? Oh god, now I remember a video called What Democracy Basically Means. Oh, really? Westmall, do well. Yeah, I'm just like... I'm just thinking, like, what the fuck, man? Like... I thought part of the reasons monk made beer was because clean water was hard to come by. Yeah, it probably was. Ethnic. Potatoes and snits. Oh, that sounds amazing. Ethnic. Yeah, that's probably how it started out. But then they found the benefits of it, And they're like, even though they got clean water, they were like, oh, well, it's not clean enough. We still need the beer. It loosens us up in more ways than you can imagine. But yeah, it's actually funny because in a lot of in Christianity's history, there's actually a lot of homosexuality going around. They found out that the Knights Templars, when you became a Knights Templar, you could not have intercourse with any females. So a lot of them turned, well, to their mates. So if you wanted to become a Knight Templar, the only way for you to get satisfaction was to either do it yourself, or either bend over and take it, or give it to someone else that was of your same sex, basically a man. This is Stream Beats, I think it's called, from Harry Seller on just Google Steam Beats. He has a massive library of copyright-free music. I need to see if there's any updates to it. I really like to see Copenhagen next year. It's beautiful but massively expensive. I never change when I drink, but then I'm just me. Don't try to be anything else. Yeah. Here in Germany, even in the Middle Ages, beer was made with the finest mountain water. They had access to super clean water, but getting boozed was fun too. Yeah, I like, let's be honest. You can drink this fucking piss poor water that basically tastes of nothing, or you can drink of this fucking thing that makes you happy and horny. What do you want to drink? Like, let's go for the happy horny one. It may make you puke if you get too much, you'll be all over the fucking place with it. Oh yeah, someone asked me what icon sets I'm using here. This one here, mega dark icons. You can just Google it. I just want to have fun when I'm drunk. I can't fucking sit still. I just want to have fun. I just want joke. I just love to joke around, have fun, dance, make jokes with people, make practical jokes. I just want to have a fucking fun time when I'm drunk. Listen to good music, have a fucking great old time. And then the next day I wish I didn't drink. At least now that I'm an old fucking idiot. Let's look at the YouTube landscape. Why so popular? Is there any crazy YouTube videos we should look at the... I've started an OnlyFans. Yeah, that's good for you. Oh, she needs my dick in her mouth. Speed up Windows 10 with one command. Quest Titus Tech and his fucking MCP, man. Terminal apps. Just the way you are. Yeah, that's good for you, man. Adrian's Basement. I need to catch up with a lot of his fucking videos. I haven't seen it for a long while. Yeah, Joseph. Yeah. I do like EEV Block. He's fucking amazing. I was in Copenhagen a couple of times. Great time. Yeah, it's great over there. It's one of the smallest capital cities in Europe, but one of the most expensive to live in. Figure that one out. Me over in America learning the Europeans' history about alcohol. Yeah, oh, we have so much fucking fucked up history over here, man. Well, we have been existing longer than the United States, so... Kind of makes sense, you know. Years ago, on one of my employers paid me my MCSE, but I didn't keep it because I was working on the Unix side all the time. Yeah, like you need to renew them. I think someone said every 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Whiskey Blues. Oh, let's get some whiskey. Phil Collins. Yeah, Microsoft Certified System Engineer. Oh, maybe that's what EB needs. That's a new certification EB needs. Oh yeah, you guys should see... I made a t-shirt for EB. Oh, that's not it. There you go. A real Linux user is a MCP. I need this shirt. EB subscribed to me, couldn't believe it. Now you have something to fit, some big shoes to fill up. But you also comment on LTT's attempt at game. No, I mentioned it briefly, Cheese. I talked about it briefly. But I didn't really appreciate... here's my take on it, is that... Basically, the whole Linux community... basically yelled, screamed, judged... looked down upon Linus Tech Tips... for their attempt at running Linux, because they didn't do it the right way. They didn't read the manual. Oh, this is a noob mistake. Why are they doing it like this and stuff like that? And my whole take was this, that every Linux distribution maker in the world should be sitting with a handbook and a pen and type down every problem Linus and Luke had with Linux. And their goal should be to try and fix it. Because if they have a problem, 99% of other casual users will also, and maybe not 99%, but if they have a problem, other people also have a problem. Because Linus Tech Tip, or Linus and Luke, are the closest to a everyday Windows user you can get trying out Linux. So we should be taking notes on our forehead, penises, vaginas, titties, ass cracks, everywhere about what their problems was, what their griefs was, and how we could fix it. You know what the Linux users did, and the Linux community did? They laughed at them, they point fingers at them, they make them look stupid, they did everything to basically stone them, ostracize them. Yeah, have fun listening. To make them look bad. And that's the typical Linux nerd mentality. Linux can do no wrong. Open source can do no wrong. Richard Stallman is my big daddy. He's going to ram me in the ass when I'm sleeping, and I'm going to say, thank you, big daddy. I was so disappointed in all of those reaction videos from the Linux YouTube community and all of the comments from the Linux community. Because we did exactly what we should not have been doing. We didn't listen. We didn't take note. Instead we pointed fingers. We laughed. It was so fucking bad that I think it was in a Van show, that they even said that they got so much flack that they understand why people are not using Linux, because they were toxic towards them. And I got a comment today saying in one of my videos where I addressed the toxic community that, oh, there is no toxic Linux community. Watch the fucking Linux tech tips, Linux channels, and tell me there's no toxic community. Say something positive about Ubuntu and tell me there's no toxic Linux community. Go to any arts forum, not the Endeavor OS forum, but any other forum, and tell me there's no fucking toxic Linux community. Go to Reddit and tell me there's no toxic Linux community. Like, come on, dude. We could have learned so much. At least Pop OS and Debian fixed the problem Linus Tech Tip had. But people should have been reached out to them. Hey, give us more feedback. What can we do to make this better? But instead, we did the opposite. I was so disappointed. So fucking disappointed. I was like, hey, this is why we don't get nice things. You know? If we treat someone as popular like that could fucking help us like a motherfucker with getting Linux better, and we are doing this to them, no fucking shit, Sherlock. Nobody wants to help us out, man. Yeah, Yank, it's a Microsoft certified professional. That's why I kind of find it funny, because Linux and Microsoft don't really go hand in hand. So when you ask someone to, if you go and tell a Linux hardcore nerd that they need to be a Microsoft certified professional, they will probably slap you in the face. It's like an insult, basically. Exactly. Fix the new usability issues and add new use. Exactly. Yeah, read the fucking menu news. Yeah. I saw a lot of Linux YouTubers trembling over art, order to explain why. Yeah. And they were like, oh, you're using the wrong distribution, you're doing it wrong, and why you're using the wrong environment, and oh, you should be using this complicated launch settings for Steam and stuff. It's like, shit, this community thrives on. Yeah, this community is about toxicity. Still remember the fight between Commodore and Atari. So damn stupid. If someone is happy with, yeah, it's kind of the same thing, man. Matt at LinuxCast is giving up on email on Linux. Good thing to watch on his channel. Big brain knowledge. Oh, really? Tell me more, because I stopped reacting to the Linux cast because he got butthurt every time I reacted to his videos. He always made some snarky remarks. You guys want to see my first ever design I did for a phone cover for myself? I still have this cover to this day. I did this one down here. I had this on my iPhone 6. This here. This was my cover for my iPhone 6. I know this is a Samsung Galaxy S21. It's actually the phone that I have right now. Yeah, but I made this for my cover for my iPhone 6. I actually really, really fucking liked it. It's still perfectly fine. Looks fucking new, man. Yeah, I stopped doing videos about the Linux cast because he gets really butthurt every time you talk about him. Because he thinks he's like the massive fucking intelligent guy in the world. He's the same guy that would not help his fucking mom because he could not fix Windows. He made a video being angry at his mom and how he would not help anyone running Windows because he couldn't understand how to fix Windows. Normal everyday thing in Windows, so they should just run Linux or he will not help them. How entitled. Man, that woman wiped fucking shit away from your fat ass and you don't want to help her because he's running Windows. After that, I just couldn't take him seriously, man. Like, that form of elitism is just driving me up the fucking wall, man. I did this in, was it Inkscape? I made this design. In Inkscape. I like doing design. Like, I'm not no good at it, but I like doing stuff like this when I'm bored. He rambled about native Linux email clients. That there is no good one in the Linux world. What about Thunderbird? Like, come on, dude. Thunderbird is probably one of the best ever. Oh, not implement. Apparently not good one. Oh, he's stupid. Thunderbird. Yeah, it's amazing. And here's the thing: nobody fucking use email clients anymore. They do everything in a web browser, you know. So get something like ICE or something like that. You know, one of those applications that allow to have a web browser in it. You know, like ICE from Peppermint and stuff like that. Okay, mail is also good. Yeah. Yeah, I just use the same here. I use email in a web browser. And here's the thing, everyone has a fucking web browser open anyway. So why not just have a fucking tab open with your email on it? What's the big issue here? I found a Facebook post about you. Also, I don't know why it's put on the video post. Oh my god. Am I going to fucking get mental or bent out of shape here? I just found this video. I disagree with him on some point, especially about security, as open source software in general tends to be more secure than the closed ones. We have no scientific proof of that. It's all about opinions. Dude, fucking hell, man. What did people say in the comments section? Oh, you showed me the comments section. Oh, God. Oh. I don't know. Can you guys read this also? I don't know if you guys can see this link. The only reason one Thunderbird is because it's set up in too many filters. The same with Kmail. You know that they want to be productive with those emails client and all the stuff that you actually can access through the web browser. But maybe it's just I just don't understand. You can do the same. Yeah, you can do the same under. You can access other email accounts under Gmail also. You just use the POP3 protocol or what it's called to access it. You can really, even make a web app for Gmail address if you want. Yeah. So there's different ways of you to access other emails. So I also used back in the day. I used a Hotmail account, and I basically just forwarded every email from that Hotmail into my Gmail. That's one way you can also access more things on Gmail. And like I said, you can set up the pop forwarding. So let's see here. If you find a vulnerability, so you guys can't see this, so I will just put up. I will read this up, and I will put up C matrix, so you guys can look at that while I'm reading here. I hope you can see the link I post in. Guess when Linux is so small part of computing world, none find it profitable to hack it. Yeah, exactly. If you find a vulnerability in a very expensive closed software, you get more money for selling it. So yeah, there will always be many motivated black hacks to break something and stealing knowledge. Yeah, you can get access to. Okay, I find this video very interesting, entertaining, and funny. He embraced the BSD community's toolbox philosophy. I kind of partially agree, but I can't find myself ever going back to using Windows. Stream and Lotus meets my gaming needs. All of my regular tasks using webs, apps, editing, office documents, light coding works well on Linux and BSD. Yeah. If and when I need commercial products, like in rare cases, like Affinity Designer, I use Affinity. I use a Mac Mini. Yeah. With similar Linux certification, blah blah blah. Okay. With open source software, you can at least do something about bugs if you have programming skill. You can also do that with closed software. With closed source code, all you can do is file a bug report and pay the company responsible actually fix and pay companies responsible. So here's the thing. Nobody's doing that with open source software. There should be a link. I sent a link. You should be able to click that. That's the comment section for a video someone made. Posted one of my videos in a Facebook post. I don't know if I can post it again. This link here. So here's the thing. If you have a code solution for open source software, this is how you do it. You go onto the GitHub, or you submit it to GitHub, or you send the code to them in some way or form, and they have to implement it into the software. Just like when you're sending a bug request or a bug report to a closed source company, you could be like, I know how to fix it, and they may allow you to fix it or not. Like, it's not that big. People are so bent out of shape with open source. Use what you like. Exactly. Linux is more secure anyway. I use Linux for Python and C while I use Windows for Java, because Linux gives me trouble on Java FX dependencies. I think there's no perfect OS. That's true. Linux is not more secure. It's not scientifically proven. This is an opinion, not a fact. Until you scientifically reproducible solutions or outcome can say that Linux is more secure than Windows, then it's a fact. It's just an opinion. I need to make a video about opinions versus facts. AB obscurity bug going unnoticed about obscure bug go. It's not obscure security problems. The kernel problem has been there for over 10 years. The app problem has been there for over 10 years. It's not obscure bugs. They are bugs. Going unnoticed for 10 years is a hack of a lot of different from code that is designed to steal your data. Again, the open source software can steal your data and have open backdoors just as well. Don't give me that fucking shit. His whole argument against open source software is just flat out stupid. No, you don't know what you're talking about. About half of the points he makes are flawed in some way. No, it's because you're confirmation biased and you don't know what you're talking about. I don't even see why one will need to explain the advantage. Everything but Office Suite runs on Linux these days. You don't know what you're talking about. I assume he at least has a Windows test environment. When you install Windows, it's pretty naked. Oh, is this the last one? I think it is. Yeah. When you install Windows, it's pretty naked and bare bone. But when you install Linux, you already got 1,000 free open software packages right out of the box being installed. Not even mentioned. I've seen this on my. He commented the exact same thing on a video of mine. He copied. This dude commented the exact same comment on the same video today or yesterday. The exact same comment. For developers, he left this one out. For developers, using Linux is a practical choice. Depends on what you're developing for. Depends on what you're developing for. Yeah, so will open source be worse than closed source for vulnerability? It's the same. It's the exact same. I use all the proprietary and open source whenever it gets it. Yeah, the 11 billion servers instances running with thousands of vulnerabilities, not more secure. Let me see if I understand this right, Joseph. The 11 billion server instances running with hundreds of vulnerabilities, not more secure. I don't know if I understand what you're trying to say, Joseph. So here's the notion that a lot of... let's go into paint and let me try and play Bob Ross a little bit for you peeps. And by the way, Ron, I hope your dinner is great for you. Is there a way to add sound effects in XFCE so when an app is... Is there an app to easily do that in Linux? I think almost any desktop environment should allow you to do like sound effects on the desktop environment. So here you have a piece of code. Here you have a piece of code. So here, the only people that see this code here is in quotes, the developers. Nobody from the community can see the code. In the open source philosophy is that the developers can see the code and everyone else from the outside can see the code, aka the community. So their idea is that the more people that can look at the code, the better the development, the faster and easier we will find bugs and so on and so on and so on. The sad reality is that the people looking at open source software code for the most part, aka almost all the time, is only the developers, just like under proprietary software. The users, if they get a problem, they just submit a bug request. Oh yeah, BB, I love using this to piss people off. More eyes on code, the better the quality. No. Because here's the thing, there's no more eyes on open source software than there is on proprietary software, because the community is not looking at the source code. How much source code have you looked at lately? Anyone in here, have you type 1 if you have looked at source code or submitted code to source code the last week? Heck, the last month. What about the last year? Come at me. Prove me wrong. Never looked at the source. Exactly, but that's what we have been told. So where open source makes sense is from a development standpoint. And this is what a lot of fucking people tend to forget. Only people from CCT's channel will say one. Yeah, but they all will be wrong. I think most of them have... Like, here's the thing. The audience for Chris Titus takes massively fucking dick, okay? The people that watch Chris Titus Tech, most of them, if not all, have no idea how to even do a bug report. That's what they think. Oh, okay. Got you, Joseph. Got you. I just thought I read it wrong. You get what I'm saying, CJ? His audience probably don't even know how to submit a bug report on GitHub or GitLab. They just do the thing that comes up here. Oh, click next to submit a bug report. Let's be honest here. So open source makes sense for developers. If you are a developer or you are a system administrator and you have a problem with a piece of software, it makes sense. But here's the thing. if you're running proprietary software, you have service agreements a lot of times with, set institutes, just like you do with open source software. So if you have a problem, what do? You call the company to fix it. How many system administrators that are deploying Office suites of the thousands to their users do you think sits and fix bugs in fucking Office suites? Or do they call up someone they have a service agreement with and say, hey, you fat fucker, every time my accountant wants to type in 6, a unicorn fucking a garden gnome is coming up on her screen. I don't like that. Fix it, please. That's how the world works. But because Richard Stallman lives in the 1970s and 60s, and his followers and believers live in the same age, they think that everyone is messing with the code. They are not. Heck, most code is built, or not most, but a lot of code is built up by licensing code from other people. And that also means that if there's a problem with said code, they just call that company. Or they are like, hey, we have a fix, but that's it. Yeah, Ronner, go have a good time, man. And go play some talking. I will jump in when you are in EB's Discord live streaming one time. I just need to find some time to do so. But yeah, I don't dislike open source software. I think open source software is amazing and great. But a lot of people are misunderstanding open source software. They are buying into something that don't exist. And they have been told this over and over again that, because more people can look at the code, it should theoretically be more safe and secure. On theory, I will agree with you. I will 1,000 million times % agree with you in theory. But it has not been proven factually. There is no document I have found yet where someone has sat down scientifically proven that Linux is scientifically more secure and open source is scientifically more secure than any other system of the development philosophy. It's all we think. This is maybe the case. In theory, this should be it. There's a big difference, because when they say that Linux is more secure than Windows, they mean as a factual fact it's more secure. Security by obscurity is not a proven security measure. Google that sentence, cheese, and you will see that it's been disproven in the fucking 50s, I think it is. I think it was in the 50s they disproved security by obscurity. But because a lot of fucking Linux YouTubers and pseudo-smart people in the Linux community are basically just repeating the things that they hear without actually researching it, they believe it. I don't know if Linux and open source software is more secure or more stable than any other software. I don't know. And that's what I tell people. I don't know. The theory behind it is valid, but here's the thing. Over here, the proprietary world, they also have people from the outside looking at their code. They just have to sign an NDA. Like, do you really think that Microsoft is the only one looking at Microsoft code? No. They have development partners all over the world. They just can't share their knowledge with anyone else. They just can't use their knowledge for, to outcompete Microsoft. But they are not the only one looking at the code. But that's what the open source world think. They think that only Microsoft is looking at Microsoft code. And yes, in some instances that's right, but they also have people from the outside. Just like they think that in the open source world, everyone is looking at the code besides the developers. And sometimes that's true for them, but for the most part, that's not true. And everyone that comes with this to me, I always ask them, when was the last time you looked at a source code and submitted code to a source code? Do you know someone that have done it? Or do you just go and submit a bug report like you would do under proprietary software? If you are a developer it makes sense to do proprietary open source software. It can make sense. But other than that, there is no facts out there that prove that Linux is more stable and secure than Windows. There are no scientific facts that prove that open source software is a better development scheme or method than proprietary software. Hey, low spec. So people stating it as a... I need to make a video about this now, I'm thinking about. I will do that later tonight, I think. So people that are stating that as a fact instead of an opinion, now other people are reading it and they're seeing it as a fact. And it's just this whole illusion is just being carried over. And nobody really knows it. It would be funny to receive from the developers, hey, you can't, it's my unicorn. Yeah. Security. One major advantage of open source software is that you can fork the repos and make changes to it freely, or you can use the same source code in your That's true. That is an advantage of open source software, but that don't make it more secure or more stable. It's an advantage of software. Yeah, agree. In XFC setting appearance, there's a box you can check for event sounds. Never tried it. That's right, low spec. But yeah, I honestly, like, I don't get it. And here's the thing. Like, I love this when someone criticizes Linux. It's like, oh, it's a one-off case, or it's an obscure case. Like, in the rare obscure occasions where Linux had a 10-year-old bug, we have had a lot of fucking 5-10-year-old bugs in Linux for fucking ever. Like, so many... Like, almost every year we get a fucking 5-10-year bug release, if not more than one. But, oh, it's not that often. Hey, it's not even that often on the Windows that we get that fucking massive debugs. What about the whole sudo thing in Meduski? Let's not talk about that. What about the Apache security problems? Let's not talk about that. Up. We got another one. We got another one. We got another one. We got another one. Yay. They finally noticed. They finally noticed to that they can't post links. So now they are just posting their YouTube channel. I tried it, but I was thinking about something that can add sounds to everything. I think it does minimize and close and stuff like that also, CJ. There are a lot of useless forks that should have been just contributions to the... Exactly, Joseph. X had a lot too. Yeah, I honestly don't... And here's the thing. When you say these things to the open source fanatics, they don't want to fucking listen and analyze. Because now they're in their brains, when I say this right now, that there's no scientific proof that Linux is more stable and secure and open source software is no more stable and secure, and that the community, for the most part, is not... Here's the thing. Most Linux users and open source users don't even fucking submit a bug report. They don't fucking submit a bug report. Think about that shit, okay? So when I say this to them, this is how they think. Okay, he's a proprietary software advocate. He's now saying proprietary software is better and more secure and stable than open source software. I never said that. I said there's no scientific proof that Linux is better. So that also means there's no scientific proof that closed source software is better. There's no scientific proof that Windows is more secure and stable than Windows. There's no scientific proof that proprietary software is more secure and stable and get bug fixed faster than open source software. But that's what they hear if you don't agree with them. And that it's people like that you just can't fucking talk to. Because I could sit here with a proprietary piece of code and have the developers in the room And I could sit with an open source piece of code and have the developers sit here. And I could ask both projects, okay, how many people from the outside have contributed to the project? How many people have submitted a bug report? How many people have contributed to the project in any way, shape, or form? And on average, I will guess that it would be 50-50 if you take that, say, thousands of projects and did this with. It would probably be 50-50. Because a lot of open source people, they like to live in the fantasy world that they are looking at the code. They are contributing to the code. They are contributing to the developers. But here's the mentality that a lot of them have is that, oh, I don't have time, I don't have the knowledge, but the next guy is going to do it. It's okay if I don't do it because Josephine and Bob over there, they're going to do it instead of me. Because it's open source after all. So there's plenty of eyes on the project. They will help out. I don't have to. And then Bob and Josephine saying the exact same thing, and the next guy and the next girl saying the same thing. It's like I've been here for 25 years, man, in Linux and open source, okay? I'm talking from things I have seen. It's what I have observed in the Linux community and open source community. Is that it's all talk and no bark. They don't really do anything. They say they do, they don't really do anything about it. And it's just this, again, it's just what the fuck it is. I always, again, if you guys hear someone say these things to you that Linux is great and open source is great because everyone can look at the source code, then ask them, okay, how many times have you looked at the source code, or how many times have you fucking submitted code back? And if they say, oh, I have, how many times? And if they say they don't have, okay, do you know anyone that have done it? And also, why is it when Linux has a problem, it's like, oh, it's okay, it's being fixed really, really fast. But when proprietary software and Windows have a problem, they are like up in arms and yelling and screaming about it. When in reality, it's getting fixed just as fast. If there is a security problem with proprietary software, they try to fix it as fast as possible. It's in their best fucking interest to do so. Like, do you really think that Microsoft and proprietary software, if there gets a security problem announced, that they'll just be, oh, we don't need to fix it. Let's just wait. It's okay. Of course they want to fucking fix it as fast as possible. Like, how stupid are you to not think that? Oh, yep, it's great hate when you diss the core beliefs. Yeah, it generates hate when you diss the core beliefs. Yeah, and that's, Joseph, that's the cult mentality of Linux and open source. A lot of people started out saying, and this is, again, I was there when all of this started, okay? In the beginning, everyone was talking theoretically. Then over time, it became a fact. So if you go back to the 90s and early 2000s, everyone's like, in theory, I think this makes sense if it was like this. And then it slowly became basically a fact. Nothing has changed. But because they say that in theory, and it maybe is like that, people took this in their brain being like, oh, this must be a fact then. And there's a scientific term for that fucking notion. I don't know what it is. I can't remember. It's the same mentality that art users have. Elitism without any actual work in the community. Yeah, exactly. In fact, I love Windows 11 on my B-Link Pro that comes with the pre-install. Windows 11 is great. So many people ranting in forums about bugs, but nobody feeling... Exactly. Like, this is the reality of it with open source. The only people that are basically going to do anything with open source code are developers. If you're not a developer, the only thing open source is doing for you is that it's giving you a free piece of software in a lot of instances, or it's giving you alternatives to the paid version of it. That's how open source is benefiting you. If you are not a developer, open source is basically not benefiting you at all. But a lot of people think it is. Another thing that I really love to point out to these amazing smart people about open source is going to change the world and make the world a better place. I'm like, that's fine, but tell me, how is open source going to handle taxes in the United States? How is open source going to troubleshoot the homelessness problem in the whole world? How is, let's say, open source going to tackle the problem of hungry people in Africa? How is open source going to tackle the China thing, or the Russia thing, or the North Korea thing? What is open source strategy to tackle these problems? I would say that's really, really big things in society and in the world we need to be thinking about. So if open source is going to change the world, it will be changing the world like that. How is open source going to influence your local taxes? How is open source going to influence the educational system in your school? They may save some money, but is it going to change how your kids are being taught in school? So to all of you open source fanatics out there, please tell me the strategies for all of these things. Or is open source only going to change the developers' world? I think that's what it's only going to change. So are you a developer or not a developer? And are you developing for open source software? Richard Stallman is the architect for all of this fucking confusion, man. And this is why I hate Richard Stallman. He's a political activist that are trying to use open source to thrive in political... hey, Baba. Is trying to put in political... using code to change the societal aspects of the world. It's not going to happen. He should have been a politician. All the schools in Illinois are using Chromebooks now with Google Chrome, with the Google ecosystem. Yeah, but how has that changed? How has that changed the schools? Have you gotten better educational books? Have it meant that you can now upgrade the facilities at your school? Can you now have more or less kids in your classrooms? Is the quality of the education and the teachers gone up? Or did they just got Chromebooks with Google and the Google ecosystem? Everything is like it was before. They just got a Chromebook and the Google ecosystem. The only thing that changed is there's a lot of kids that couldn't afford computers. Yeah, but again, has it changed anything? Other than, like I said, people got Chromebooks. Like, this is the short-sightedness that you see from a lot of these advocates for open source. So what if Microsoft had given him all of them service books, or what the fuck it's called, and access to the Microsoft ecosystem? It would have been the same fucking thing. Microsoft and proprietary software give a lot of shit away for free. Like, a lot of the fucking things in educational systems is being donated by fucking big corporations that they are using with no cost to the educational system. People tend to forget that. So you get what I'm coming from here. The library have got a huge grant. Look, Joseph. Yeah, look, exactly. Exactly, man. Like, and this is what I say, is that the Linux world is at war with everyone and themselves. They just want to fucking live in a world that don't exist. Just like social justice warriors. Good. It also looked like you may need to install a sound theme and enable it. Yeah, a sound theme. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about. Kids, everyone ass was donated to public education, be it Linux, MS, or Apple. Yeah, or I kiss. Yeah, exactly. Like, I get that you like open source, I get that you like Linux, and you think that it has a positive benefit for you in your life. That's great. But it's not going to change the world. For let's just say Linux have 7% of the desktop market. Oh, sorry, 3% of the desktop market. That means that for 97% of the whole fucking world, nothing has changed since 1992, when Linux came around. That's another way of looking at it. Linux has only changed the world for 3%. And most of those 3% are not even fucking, institutes. It's home users. It's you and me. Like, let's be honest here. Chromebooks have probably changed the world more than Linux ever had. Not Chrome OS, but Chromebook, the hardware. Like you said, Google have donated a shit ton of fucking machines, and they're still donating a shit ton of machines. More and more institutes are using Chromebooks nowadays. The hardware, yeah, take care, cheese, have an amazing day, man. So the hardware, the Chrome hardware, and you could say in conjunction with the Chrome OS, has probably done more for the world than Linux have done up to now. Giving more people access to the internet, giving more people access to digital equipment. I'm on a cheap internet at the moment, can only stream at 360p with present upload speed, but I'm planning on going back to Black Mesa Half-Life. Oh yeah, they're fucking great, low spec. I love them. I love that game. Agree on the tech Chromebooks thing. My daughter is getting ready for nursing school, and they recommend a Chromebook. Yeah, like Chromebooks and tablets are probably changing the world way more drastically than Linux ever have. And I know a lot of people say, oh, well, it's running a form of Linux in form of Chrome OS and Android. Yeah, you're right. But you have to remember, it's not so much the operating system that are changing the world. It's the form factor of the hardware. It's the price of the hardware, and it's what the hardware can do. That's what's changing the world. Because a lot of those tablets is also iOS devices. And it's that, it boggles me that people can't seem to grasp that as much as you and I may like open source, and we like, looking at open source and messing around with open source code, and having a little bit of fun with it and stuff like that, it's only a thing for people like you and me. Nerds, geeks, all of that fucking shit. For every house mom out there, for every fucking athlete out there, for every fucking architect, engineer out there, for every nurse out there, doctor out there, politicians out there, Linux is not really that big of a deal. They may save a little bit of money on licenses here and there, but then you have to remember this. If you change from Linux to Windows, you still have to pay a shit ton of money into supporting agreements and stuff like that. At the most, you save the council, you save your county, you save your state, maybe, some money. Yeah, take care, CTA. That's probably the biggest amount of things that Linux is going to change the world with, is that you can maybe save organizations some money. That's probably the biggest way that Linux is going to change the world. You're going to save some money. Yeah, Chromebook is the new Commodore. That's really good put. For the average user, Chromebooks. Yeah, exactly. Chromebook works fine for the average user. Google did with ARM 1 laptop per child projects. Yeah, they did that fall a little bit short, right? I thought that project kind of flopped. If I'm not mistaken, right? Didn't that flop to some extent? It died on the vine, yes. Yeah. But yeah, I think a lot of people are misguided towards open source software because they hear a lot of theory talk. But they don't really do the practice. forgive me for 1 second. I need to type this down because I want to make a video about it tomorrow that I may upload next week. I think I will call it Why Open Source is Not More Stable and Secure. Just to piss people off. So I just need to find some fucking pages I haven't written all over on. And a pen. There you go. There you go. It was the little laptop that had the crank to charge the... Yeah, exactly. I think you're right, Joseph. The one was a Windows laptop running a stripped down Ubuntu. Yeah. I remember that one. But that's like fucking ages ago, right? We are talking like almost a decade ago now. Founded in 2005. Oh, that's great. When did it stop, though? I believe they will create their own distribution and just focus. Oh, so it's still around. So in 2010 was the last thing we kind of heard about them. Oh, environmental impact. Oh god. Get one, give one, get one. Yeah. I think you're right, but I'm just okay, so they're still around. Okay, so they're still around. Learning happens anywhere about us. Oh, it began at MIT. Okay. Ecosystem. Okay, so they are more focused about learning now. Courses. On the field. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a great, like, I like the idea. I just one thing that make me I think that make me think a little bit here. I think that make me think that sounds really fucking stupid, but I'm thinking like, okay, we are teaching all of these kids all of these amazing skills, But now I'm asking myself, is there any way they can use those skills when they get out of school? That should be the next question. Because you have seen too often that people are trying to help people and then they're giving them skills that are basically not applicable in their region of the world. Like they have to change to another country, meaning they have to leave the family and the support system that they know to basically utilize their skills. And most people are not willing to do that. So they may get learn some new and amazing skills, but they're never going to use them. So could that effort maybe not have been put into something else then that are beneficial and useful for them in their local area? Like that's how I think now is that, yeah, we are teaching them all. Let's say we teach this amazing little girl to code, but there's no coding job in the village she lives in or the area she lives in. She have to like move to the other end of the country, or she have to move to another country. And how many are willing to do that? Where that effort and time could have been spent maybe doing something for the infrastructure in her city, maybe even for the school, make the school more, give the school more tools, give the school more better furniture, because they're sitting on fucking tables that are going to ruin or chairs that are ruin their asses. Maybe the water supply, the food supply could be upgraded. Is it really spent in the best way possible? Is what I'm asking myself. No internet infrastructure in a lot of places they shipped this to, so Gates Foundation was putting in Wi-Fi into some of the villages. Oh, that's neat. I think they should have been giving the basic life skills like agriculture, I can't fucking read, and sanitation. Have been in the army for a while and visit the third. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like I said, I think a lot of people that want to do good, they think like we think here, where we are right now. So they look at our life, and they are like, what would be beneficial for us? And then they are taking that over to a third world country. But they're not living our life. Having coding skills and stuff like that here where we live would be amazing. But if you live in the middle of fucking nowhere and you're the only one that have a computer, or your classmates are the only one having a computer in like 500,000, not 500,000, but 500 miles radius, it's basically useless. Instead, focusing on, building up the local culture, or not culture, but, the community around, building up, the lands, the facilities, the infrastructure, battle corruption, sickness, and stuff like that. But hey, let's teach them the code. So I'm always thinking, so it's the same with charity. When people ask me for money for charity, I don't really care about the cause. All I care about is that if I give you $10, how much money is actually being end up where they need to be, and what are you doing with them? So how efficient are you, and the things that you are doing, does it make sense? And most of the time they can't give me a really good answer, so I don't want to basically support them. Because I don't want to pay just to pay. If I want to pay for something, a charity, I want to know that not only is it going to where it needs to be gone, but it makes sense what they're trying to do. But a lot of charities, they're basically just there to make a lot of CEOs a lot of fucking money. There was a video where a shipment was dropped off in Nigeria containers containing routers and racks, and the people were asking how they could eat it. They need food and basic supply. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. It's like sending an iPhone to a village in Africa that have no running water. And the last meal they got was like 10 days ago. But they have the latest iPhone. So they can face call someone at McDonald's and Starbucks eating their fucking fat asses off. It just shows a little bit how out of reality, touch reality, a lot of people are when it comes to things outside of their own bubble. Yeah, I think donating computers and OS should allow these kids to attend free online courses in woodworking, chemistry, water purification. Yeah, but here's the thing. We can teach them all of that. But what if they don't have the fucking equipment to then utilize that skill? Let's say we teach them chemistry, but the only way they can use that skill is like 500 miles away. Or in another country. We want to teach them woodworking. But they don't have any tools. We teach them water purification. They probably know how to boil water, let's be honest. Yeah. Construction work. They don't have any equipment or any tools. Agriculture. We have to teach them with the things they have. We can't sit and teach them about big John Deere tractors and harvesters if they don't have the fucking equipment to use it. And can't afford to buy the tools. Like, we have to think about what we are going to do. Like, I saw this, what the fuck was this? It was a show where someone was out in I think it was Carl Pilkington or something like that was traveling around the world. And he was at in one of the native villages in some Amazon forest or whatever the fuck it was. And he was showing the camera crew that he was like, he needs to take a shit. And someone said that they had a toilet. So they showed them, and basically what they used the toilet for was to plant grass in it. Because they had no running water. They have no plumbing or anything like that. But someone donated a shit ton of toilets to people that lived in those fucking villages. It's kind of the thing that it's what I'm thinking. It's like, okay, you spend a shit ton of money on buying toilets, sending them out there, and they're using them as flower pots. And I was just like, this is how we think about doing charity work. We are thinking like, okay, they must live like we do. We don't even know how the fuck they live. So we are wasting money on giving them things they can't use. I stay in South Africa. The problem with FaZe, they put these computers, but no one can maintain. Yeah, that's also a problem. Yeah, a lot of real. Yeah, exactly. They get. Yeah. They get hijacked, stolen, and sold. Or even the fucking people that you give it to, they sell it for money so they can actually get food. They can get water. They can get medicine. So if you're giving, things that we think they need, but they are selling it to get things that they actually need, we have done a disservice. Oh, they actually need this instead of what we are giving them. Maybe we should give them that instead. So I'm always skeptical with a lot of this charity work thing, because I think a lot of time it's because rich people want to feel good about themselves. So they basically throw money away by doing things that have no practical use. So they can feel good about themselves and or line their pockets. Instead of actually doing something that matters. Like, there are really few organizations that actually do something that matter. Like, just look at Red Cross. Like, the administrative overhead, I think it's like something like 10% of every dollar that you give to Red Cross actually make it to the destination or being part of the thing that you're donating to. Something like 10% is something like that. All of the rest is just in other people's pockets. Administration and stuff like that. It's fucking mind-boggling. And people are becoming millionaires by people donate. When I saw, I think it was like in the early 2000s, I found out about that. Ever since then, I don't want anything to do with Red Cross. Fuck the Red Cross, most of that charity. Yeah, it's a huge scam, yeah. It's all about lining pockets of high-ranking people in that organization. If you are working for an organization, you should not be paid. A charity organization. Your work should be a charity in of itself. And how am I going to get food then? Well, donations then. Have people donate food to you. Because the second you make it a career to be a charity worker, you are all about lining your own pockets. I don't care how good of a person you think you are. Or, let me put it this way. If you're a charity worker, you should be paid minimum wage. It should not benefit you financially to be a charity worker. You should do it because of the charity of it. If that makes any sense whatsoever. I've also seen a lot of people making a career in charity work because it makes them a shit ton of money. I'm like, you do know that that's money you take away from the cause that you really want to do. It's not, you're not doing charity work then. Well, I may not be charity work, but I'm helping the organization, yeah, by taking a shit ton of money away from the organization. I just don't understand the thinking, like mentality of that. It's a little bit the same with those working in open source mental nutcases. But I'm so happy I made it to Facebook, so I must have been I must be popular apparently. Because I'm I say this once in a while, but I actually have been debating it for a long time. I have actually thought about stop doing open source and Linux content, and then go over to Windows, or do Windows and open source Windows content, because I'm getting a little bit fed up dealing with this whole fucking open source world and Linux world. Last week I encountered really great charity work for animal rescue here in Germany. They actually had a huge bill to pay, and yet didn't ask for any single penny. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. So one thing I like about some charity organizations is that if they come up to you and be like, hey, we are from this organization, do you like to know what we are about? And then they talk about what they're about. Nowhere do they mention anything about donating. And they gave you maybe a flyer. And yes, in that one, they can say, okay, if you want to support us, you can go to this and this place in the flyer. I get that. But if they don't talk about, you know, money, they don't press you, they don't expect you to do anything. If they don't tell you to do it, but they give you, here, if you want to read more, you know, here's our pamphlets or flyer, or here's our website, go check us out. And yes, of course, in those flyers and pamphlets and websites, they can have like a donation button or sign up button or whatever. But I don't like when people, oh, do you want to donate to this? Give us some money. What's the endless OS hype? I just think it's because it's new. Like, it's something fresh, new. It's the new, you know, the new thing on the block. It's like a new girl coming into high school. Even if she's only okay looking or even ugly, everyone wants to fuck her because she's new. You know, it's like, I think that's basically what it is. It's just, you know, it's because it's new. Even Gnomebox is promoted. Yeah, I think there is some form of charity organization behind it also, but I could be mistaken. I could be mistaken, man. Definitely a new girl hype. Yeah, I think that's what it is, man. You remember, like, a month or so ago, when Fedora was the talk of the town? Everyone wanted to run Fedora and how great Fedora is. How many people talking about Fedora today? Where did Fedora go? What happened to Fedora? It's still the same great operating system. Now they are talking about Big Linux, or what the fuck it's called. That's the new thing. And every time, when I made the video that Fedora is all of the Fedora talk right now is all about the hype. Because Fedora was a great system a year ago. Fedora was an amazing, great system 5 years ago. Yeah, everyone on the new hype train. I was, oh no, you were wrong, you're stupid, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, shut your mouth, go suck a cock. And now nobody's really talking about Fedora anymore. Oh no, Silverblue have been around for fucking ages, man. Fedora's been around for ages. Silverblue have been around for a long time. The group here is all about Nebora this week. What the fuck is Nebora? Am I out of the loop so much, man? Nebora. No. Gaming Fedora, oh fucking hell, man. Here's a thing that don't... English Bob is going to hate my ass right now. But 2 words that don't fit together. Linux and gaming. I don't care what the fuck you are saying. Linux and gaming is not doing so good with each other. Can you game under Linux? Yes. Can you have a great experience gaming under Linux? Of course. But not as good as under Windows. Hashtag, there are a few games that run better under Linux. But in the overall general aspect, Windows is where that's. Linux is not ready for prime time yet. Linux will never be ready for prime time. Here's the thing, Joseph. And again, a lot of people hate me. Linux will not... If Linux have not been able to be ready for prime time in almost 30 years, why would it be in the next 5, 10, 30 years? Linux is not doing anything different than it has done the next 30 years. Every time... Here's the thing. Look at it like this. Every time Linux take 1 step forward, Mac OS and Windows is taking 3-4 steps forward. And that's the thing. We need to do something different. Until we do something like what is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. This is what we're doing with Linux. We're doing the same shit decade after decade and expecting another outcome. We need to do something differently. What? I have no fucking idea. Maybe more marketing. Spend more money on marketing, maybe. I have no fucking idea. Oh, that's the new OS Tech Hot was showing off. Oh, yeah, Tech Hot. Yeah, he likes his Fedora. I'm playing WoW 3.5 on Ubuntu at this very moment. But yeah, I have a massive problem with other games. Some games work and some games don't. I will definitely agree with that. Did you have the issue a week or 2 ago where WoW stopped working because of a Blizzard patch? I haven't played WoW in all. I stopped playing WoW when the developers, or when the world found out that the developers were fiddling its employees. Or its female co-workers, sorry. Why is nobody talking about the new BSD release? Because it's not Linux and it don't have... well, it's not Linux. Better than all those used. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, but yeah, it's... bug fixes and game launch and updates. Cherry pick send packages. Open RPG. AMD CPPC. CPCC. Kernel personable GPU to purpleize cards. With Steam Deck support. So basically, so not the, so they're not really doing anything other than just patching Fedora, I guess. I don't know. So they're basically just taking Fedora and then activating and tweaking it a little bit. So all of this could have been done with a fucking bash script to Fedora then. Yeah, not enough YouTubers making a big deal of FreeBSD. Next will occur gaming OpenSUSE. Yeah, I hope OpenSUSE gets some more fucking spotlight. No, but play it on a... Okay, you play private. Oh. For Linux to become gaming system, it will need to be heavily standardized. Yep, exactly. Clovis Echo is a Fedora dep. He did Nopra. I will cover FreeBSD. Yeah, but Arnie, how much experience do you have with FreeBSD? Yeah, adding all the codecs and shit. Okay, so it's basically just like Ubuntu for Fedora or something like that. using snaps, DaVinci Resolve, live installer trouble, Xbox control. All of this is what I basically have done to Fedora. The only thing that I'm interested in is the patches that they do to the kernel here. I kind of want to learn how to respin Fedora, though. I never made a Fedora respin. As I always say, better make a script for existing distros instead of compiling yet another. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, with a bunch of kernel patches and shit, all the stuff that I do to my SUSE install. Yeah. Go with the lizard, man. Jan, go with the lizard. Go pet the lizard a little bit. Talk to the lizard. Feed the lizard. Become part of the lizard people. Yeah, I never done Gecko Linux is great. I like Gecko Linux. I never done a Fedora respin, so I kind of want to try it out, to be honest. Again, just for the fun of it. So if anyone know how to make a Fedora respin, I gladly would love to say... Oh my god, there's so many problems with the DaVinci Resolve under Linux. It's not even funny. I will hug and pet the lizard. We are the lizard. They live, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Hey, you want to see my my OpenSUSE tumbleweed install right now? I can show you guys that right now. Maybe I should respin OpenSUSE instead. I should make an OpenSUSE distro just for the fun of it. And set it up like I would want OpenSUSE to be run. 97. Yeah, I can't remember when I installed OpenSUSE the first time. But yeah, it was probably around that time also. Have you never run anything else than OpenSUSE then? Are you German, Joseph? Where do you live? And again, I can't remember what you do for work, so please bear with me. Almost a year here. Fedora and art. Okay. Maybe I should... so it's the Bocce desktop with a little bit of extra plugins like the weather up here. Arts for 3 years. Oh. But yeah, this is my tumbleweed install. And this is the themes that I'm using. Arcu is dark, Compact, Papyrus dark. Yeah, it was because Sad Joker showed me Bocce on Arch Linux. And I kind of wanted to test it out on the OpenSUSE to see how it was there on the tumbleweed. And it's actually really, really good. The only thing is that I haven't installed a sound card. It's bugged out. It's bugged up. Oh, Bocce is amazing, man. I live in Tech Central US. Oh, I'm a Linux system admin, has been since '94. I'm currently CTO of a security company. I need to talk more to you, Joseph. You and I need to talk way more about Linux and security, but you probably have a way better insight into security and open source than anyone else in here has. Feels illegal. We'll try it later on. Maybe I'll get myself an external hard drive and boot SUSE and play around with it. Yeah, I'm interesting to see because I really wish they did a long-term release. They have like the Leap version, but apparently Leap is going to be deprecated to APL or MicroOS or what you will call it. Yeah, you can probably talk way more about the security aspect of open source software and with the eyes on the code and all of that fucking bullshit. Like, it's people like you that should be making YouTube videos about how wrong they are sometimes about open source software. I always thought SUSE was this laggy old thing alongside Slackware. No, that's the Leap version. But like I said, Leap is kind of going to be deprecated. Most of the shit we do anymore is fixing web servers and patching people's useless plug software. But but once I tried it, I was hooked. There was not much YouTube coverage on OpenSUSE. Yeah, I need to talk more about OpenSUSE. I really do. But the OpenSUSE... So here's the thing. If you go on to Reddit and you read the comments from some of the OpenSUSE developers, they are a little bit like the GNOME developers. They are a little bit fucking too full of themselves. You know, some of the OpenSUSE developers are a little bit toxic. I'm just going to put that out there. Sorry, they are a little bit... If you criticize OpenSUSE, yeah. So I really like Leap. Like if you are a developer and stuff like that, or have a server running, Leap is fucking amazing. I actually have a Leap installed we can go into, because I need to upgrade that one. I haven't upgraded in fucking forever. Okay, I never used Telegram or Matrix for OpenSUSE. Actually, I don't really use Telegram. I used it for like a month. And Matrix I never used, to be honest. I have Leap installed in KVM. Yeah, but they're going to deprecate Leap. It's going to be APL, Adaptable Linux or something like that, or Micro OS or something like that. I don't know. It's basically just Silverblue under Leap. You're a Telegram junkie. I have honest doubts, considering that almost no one looks at the source code or just hopes that it... Yeah, you're right, Jan. Yeah, Micro OS, yeah. But I kind of like Leap. But OpenSUSE or SUSE in general, they make some stupid decisions once in a while. Let's boot into my my Leap. And I'm using Ubuntu fonts on this one, basically. I find it easier to Discord. Yeah, I'm on Discord. There's a link to my Discord if you guys want to join my Discord in my videos or on my channel. Or it's somewhere. It should be on this live stream also. Yeah, I just wish that they didn't take out Leap. I don't know, like, again, I think Discord is better than Telegram. I honestly do. It's better for content. Like, Telegram is great for a small group of people. It gets too overwhelming, I think, in the beginning. Oh, in the beginning. When it gets too big. What are you doing over here? Oh, you're still running. Okay. I haven't updated this in fucking, I think, a month or something like that. And I am using honestly, Discord is just as good. And you can actually use Discord as Telegram now. You can have threads and all of that, private threads and stuff like that. And private, I have 2 private DM groups. So you can have, like, you can group people together, you know, and then you can DM each other. So I think some of we can look at the repositories, because I have one or two additions to the repository. Or am I mistaken here? I thought yeah, here. This one here is should be the Cinnamon, so get a more up-to-date Cinnamon desktop than the one comes with the Leap. And that's what I like with Leap, that you can add these basically PPAs. I only had Telegram for the time I got scammed by multi-level. Oh yeah, be careful of those, man. But let's see what kind of updates they had. I think it's like, is it a month or more ago since I updated this one here? I basically just installed it to do 1 or 2 videos, and I never really used it for anything else. But like, if you really want stable, like, think about Leap, like Debian. Oh, there's not that many updates. I may need to go in and see. I think I forgot to make it system default for that repository. I have to check if there's any repository. I need to do a sort of DNF upgrade from, and then this dude's fucking repository. But it's easier to just do it in the graphical interface. But yeah, Leap is like the Debian. It's like Debian. He's fucking bulletproof, man. I don't know. I've been close to getting scammed. Close. Because they seemed like a legit company. But then I did. I'm always like, if I have a weird feeling, or if I have like a, like, this seems too good to be true, I always research what's going on. And it saved my ass a lot of fucking time. Yeah, I learned it for the better, but also the hard way. It seems like this crap is dying now. Apparently CEOs left. But I almost on a daily basis, I have like people trying to scam me on Instagram, pretending to be this hot fucking girl. And they're so funny to mess around with, to be honest. They're so funny to mess around with. Yeah, I like trolling the scammers on Instagram. Yeah, you can really... and especially if you drag it out over weeks and you're promising them all of these fucking things. And then I had one get so fucking angry at me that they called me all kind of names that you can imagine. I spent so fucking long on you and you don't even want to send me money and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're a fucking scammer. Why should I send you money? And I'm like, well... That's time I've taken away from you that you could have scammed someone. And they just get fucking angry and angry. It's so fucking funny. And I have no life and stuff. Like, hey, I'm not the one trying to scam fucking people, man. At least I have a job. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, Instagram bots are fucking awful, man. The fucking porn bots. I block them almost every day. Yeah, waste that time and resources is the best thing ever, man. They get so fucking angry. I had one. This is so funny. I had one, and we were talking, like, oh. And I'm like, yeah, I'm single, I haven't found the right girl yet, and all, you know, talking about girls and stuff like that. And then like, okay, how should your perfect man be then? I'm like, what? Yeah, how should your perfect man be? My perfect man. We just spent 2 days talking about girls. Like that you were a girl and I like girls. And I'm single because I'm not married to a girl and I haven't found a girlfriend yet. And you were asking me how my perfect man should be. I'm like, then I typed to them. I said, you know what? You have to step up your fucking scamming scheme a little bit better here, my friend. You're not that smart. Like, you don't ask me how my perfect man is when I just told you that my last girlfriend was not that great of a girl. Like, at least step your fucking game up a little bit. You guys are falling off the rails here. And then they just stopped replied. It's... couldn't find my perfect girl. This guy, how about me? Yeah. Okay, so you haven't found a girl yet. Are you gay? Do you want a little bit of a bot play? Oh yeah, they are teams. Definitely they are teams. They definitely are teams. But it's so easy to see their playbook. And sometimes when they come up with their playbook, I'm a little bit like, come on. Like, this is like scamming 101. Try something new. Try something different. Like, please get to know me first or something like that, you know? I'm just sitting there telling you that they're bad at their job. And they're just like, don't know what the fuck they have to say. They normally just move away. The Boozy and the Painist. Yeah, it's so fucking funny to just mess around with them. And some of them, they get really nervous when you catch them early on. Like within like the first I can't fucking speak right now. Within like the first 2 or 3 messages, you just catch them right away. It's like, hey, you a scammer. Oh, no, I'm not. You know, every scammer saying the things that you're saying right now. Step it up, come at me. Try something better. One time I said to them, if you can try something original and I may send you fucking $10. Try something original. And he just couldn't fucking do it, man. I still remember the situation when I just mentioned the word minor in front of those sex account that messaged me and I got blocked on the spot. Wow. Maybe you should not talk about that then. One of my contractors speaks Hindi, so he will jump on sometimes and trap. Oh, that could be fucking amazing. You should make videos about that. There's a lot of scam YouTubers that do that right now. Yeah, don't use that word, man. Scammer dies in panic. Yeah, and don't use that word. It's yeah. I kinda like that you got banned for using that word. You should not be talking like that, thinking like that. If you do, go get help. It's not a good thing. Hey, Victor. Yeah, it will get you in massive fucking problems, man. Yeah, get your coffee, dude. Look at my Discord. Lamer posted that I'm famous now. I got posted onto a Facebook group. Yeah, don't troll with it. No, because you here's the sad thing. You are the one that are going to end up in a fucking jail or prison because of it. It's not them. That's the sad reality of it. I used to have a friend that would say crazy shit like that to just piss off people and stuff like that. You know, illegal shit. And I'm like, yeah, I know you're doing it for fun, and you're doing it to piss people off, but here's the thing, you are the one ending in fucking with the cops around your neck. And that's the sad reality of it. It's funny how scammers are offended when you waste their resources. Yeah, exactly. And they are fine stealing all this resources. Yeah, I probably won't talk about that anymore, but instead I'll probably play shenanigans. Yeah, you can do all kind of things, but don't... If you go into that area, especially on social media, you are now deemed to be the bad guy. Even if you do it in fun, and if you're trying to do it to get them banned, you are the one paying the price because you're the one bringing it up. And that's kind of like... It's just... There's just some things you don't go into, man. And if you have a need to go into those things, you need to seek fucking counsel, man. We need to go into this dude here. Yeah, switch system packages. I need to do this. Oh, there's no updates. Maybe he has not upgraded it in a long time then. Yeah, it don't seem like he has all in this list. Upgrade if newer versions is available. Well, no, he hasn't upgraded, man. Yeah, dude, it honestly, it's a really bad thing to do. Like, it's massively bad. Like, it's something you don't even joke about. Yeah, you should just ignore them. That's true. But yeah, like, it's a fucking no-go zone. Like, there are, for a fact, people not having a good time in some jail somewhere because they made fun or mentioned stuff like that in fun. You know? Like, it's fucking the worst thing in the world, man. Let's go back into Tumbleweed. So, how did you sleep, old man? Did you get too much wine again? There was a... and this is how fucking... Like, this is how strict this is. There was some kids that got massively reported by the police because one girlfriend sent nudes to him and he sent it to his friends. They all got massive fines for have, you know, illegal pictures of, you know, those people we should not talk about on their phone. Just because the boyfriend shared the pictures with his friends. That's how crazy this fucking shit is. So yeah, please don't joke about it on the internet with people. You are the one going to pay for it. Let's go in here. I kind of want to... Yeah, it was the Sinner. No, that's not the... I'm fucking confused. It's not this one I want. I want this one. I want to see what the version of Cinnamon is in here. There's probably already updates. I updated this like this morning, but there's probably already updates now already. Come on, baby. Do your thing. Yep, it's way out of date. Oscar, and one of the things we had to deal with was CP sites. If you know, yeah, I know what. Yeah. Yeah. I can get that. That fucking crazy shit, man. FBI director moves to standard. We all know where that leads. Snapchat. Here's the thing. Snapchat said this on one of their tweets one time. Is that they see everything that's being sent on Snapchat. It's locked on their servers. Because they noticed a lot of people were sending nudes to each other. So they just tweeted out that you do know that everything's going on Snapchat. We see it. We log it. In case, you know, a crime is being committed and stuff like that. And, yeah, if you think something is secure and private on the net, it's not. And it's quite common. We will burst at least one or more. That's fucking crazy. Was they all stateside or was they from other places, like outside the states? Or are you just dealing with stateside sites? Yeah, don't all over the world. Okay, don't do crazy shit, because if you think WhatsApp and Lime chat and all of these fucking chats, or the Tor network and the Tor browser, that you are secure because you're under an algorithm or a security algorithm, you're not. You're fucking not. We wouldn't host for Iran or North Korea. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you are not. There's no such thing as being secure on the internet. Yeah, I'm just going to say it right now. I don't care what any experts say. You cannot be 100% secure on the internet. Against US law. Oh, I didn't know that. That's new to me. That's news to me. Oh, there's really no real update here. Only like OpenSUSE release application customs, and we are moving one day up. If you send something on the net, it's like writing it on the back of a postcard. Yep, exactly. A network to send bomb threats. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I have had girlfriends, not girlfriends I've been with romantically, but friends that are girls. Like, it's no big deal. I just use Snapchat to send boob pictures, or I just, do it over Facebook and delete it again in this chat. And I'm like, hey. If it's on the internet, it will stay for the internet forever. Maybe you delete it, but the guy or girl you send it to will then send it to someone else, and it will always be there in some form or another. Or it's nesting in some server somewhere that someone can get access to. I say it like this. Anything you do on the internet, you should look at that you're taking a fucking soapbox or fucking case of beer and putting it in the middle of your main street at the busiest time you can imagine, and you are now doing the exact same thing that you're doing on the internet. That's how you should look at the internet. You are standing in the most public place you can imagine on a case of beer and doing exactly the thing you're doing right now. And if you think that can get you into problems, maybe you should not do it then. Just putting it out there. Lock your computer when you go to piss. Yeah, lock your computer when you're going to piss. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Especially if other people have access to it. I only use Snapchat for chill with some German friends. I used to have Snapchat. I deleted it a couple of days ago because I only talked to one girl in there. Because she's also on Instagram. So it's someone I've known for like 5 years or something like that. And I'm like, why the fuck am I on Snapchat when the only person I'm talking to, I'm also talking to on Instagram? So I just deleted Snapchat. And I got tired of all those fucking, like a lot of porn bots are starting to add people randomly on Snapchat also. So I deleted TikTok. Don't get me started on TikTok. TikTok is the worst fucking thing ever. And they have had their fair fucking deal with like, young girls doing things for money they should not be doing on TikTok. And when I say young girls, you know what I mean by young girls. And the CCP is spying on you. I use Discord and Reddit. I don't even use Reddit. I just look at Reddit post. I'm just talking with a few Snapchats. I was like, hey, if I don't use Snapchat only to just check up on one person, I'm like, why the fuck do I even have it then? I used to use Snapchat quite a lot. When back in the day, Snapchat was kind of like the only one or the first one that you had those filters on. So I used Snapchat to basically take pictures with filters on. But now you can do that on Instagram and even my phone app have filters on right now. All hell Mao, yeah. Offspec is one of the penitents, but it's like a case. Relic sucks, cause if you have a different opinion, you get piled on. Yeah. Reddit is fucking, so this is what I do with Reddit. Now that we are on, so I do something like Reddit OpenSUSE. And then I go in and see what is the talk about OpenSUSE, what is the talk about Fedora or Red Hat, or I may go in here once in a while, like a couple of times a month, and then just what are people saying in here, reading, these. I sometimes go into the comments. But for the most part, I just read what's going on here. Also to get video ideas, go into Linux or go up here, just search Linux in general. And see what are people talking. Oh, it's still under SUSE. Oh, let's do this. This is to the extent that I use Reddit. What are people saying? What's going on? Is there anything I need to talk about? And after like 10, 15, 30 minutes, I do this. Optional security. Oh, gotcha. Upspec. Oh, sorry, I read it wrong, I think. WhatsApp. I do have WhatsApp, and I also have Kik. I used to talk to a lot of people on Kik, don't so much anymore. WhatsApp, I talk to a few people on there, but I'm not. I'm mostly on Discord and Instagram. I love Instagram. I like to just look at pictures. I love looking at pictures and stuff like that. I always like pictures. Mama's basement, yeah. Well, Reddit, like with anything in the world, they can have a good use case. You just need to understand what they are used for. Oh, sorry, I also have Facebook, but Facebook are mostly used for my personal friends and my family, because they are all on Facebook. Facebook is still kind of big in Denmark. It's kind of like our go-to social media. Facebook and Twitter. I also have Twitter, but I post to it once in a while. I'm not using it that much anymore. I should use it more to promote my videos and stuff like that, but it's... Twitter is like a fucking cesspool. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy subreddits. Like, way too many crazy subreddits. It's fun to sometimes see a Linux fanboy go nuts in a what the fuck is it called? In a Windows subreddit, or a Windows user find his way into a Linux subreddit. Like it's just a fucking cesspool. I can see you on BitChute. I haven't fucking used BitChute in over a year, man. And now apparently under Odyssey, you can have paid membership or something like that. But I mostly just use Odyssey as a backup for my videos. Honestly, Odyssey, I don't think it will meant to be to like. It's going to be the place that all the outcasts goes to that can't, that are not allowed on any other platform. Just like DLive is like, if you can't make it, like if you're not allowed on Twitch or Facebook gaming, you have DLive. This is what BitChute and Odyssey. It's for people that can't play well with other people, basically. And yeah, if that's the people that you attract while you are small, that's going to be your audience forever, man. Yeah, Rumble, yeah, the same. I have my parents and friends to talk to on WhatsApp. I do like WhatsApp, to be honest. Why do I imagine the Linux guy being aggressive as hell on the Windows subreddit and Windows guy trying... this is exactly how it is. Jan, it's exactly how that is. Tate becoming to... Oh, Andrew Tate. He's a fucking nutcase. He has a lot of money, but he's a nutcase. Yeah, DT promotes Odyssey a lot. Yeah, it's because he wants to make money, man. If he can make money on you on YouTube and Odyssey at the same time, he gets twice the amount of money out of you. The F word, who said Facebook? I said Facebook. Get your ass onto Facebook, man. And show me more of those hot college girls or university girls you went to school with. I still can't fucking remember that hot girls were interesting in a Linux nerd like you. Like, come on, man. Nerds don't get pretty girls. That's like, even the Big Bang series was like, Penny, she was I didn't like Penny. I thought Penny was ugly as fuck. And the way she treated, what the fuck is his name? Not Sheldon, the other guy. Like, she was treating him like shit. I after fourth or fifth season, I couldn't watch that shit anymore. I just want to kick Penny in the fucking vagina and throw her out of the window. Leonard, yeah. What distro would Tate use if he used Linux? Arch Linux. And he would be like the fucking most obnoxious Arch... Maybe even Gentoo. Gentoo or Arch Linux. One of those two. Linux from scratch, Gentoo or Arch Linux. And he would be like raving about like a maniac. We're the first one I met in a woman's psych class. You gotta go where they congregate. Yep. What about theater? You know, the arts. I guess there's a lot of hot girls in there. You know, theater, painting. Take this to chat so arts. Yeah. So painting, graphical design in general. I guess a lot of girls are into that. Nursing. Oh, nursing, man. So in the town I live in, I don't know if I think it's still here, but we have a nursing university. So if you want to become a nurse, you have to go to my town. And you know, every time a class graduated, they go and have a massive party in my town. So every year when that happens, all of the fucking guys in my town just go to town to party because it's just filled with fucking nurses, hot fucking nurses. And it's the best time of your life, man. That one time a year when nurse graduate, you just like, it's like, oh, I wish I was 20 again. It's just like, if you have a boner and you turn around 2 times, you will hit 1 or 2 hot nurses. Thanks for the subscription. And I'm not going to say your name because it's highly offensive. But yeah, it's fucking funny. Hot nurses and you're in a different... No, it was like hot nurses. Like it was nurses. Bedside, man. Yeah. Can you check my pulse? Listen to my heart. Is my penis supposed to look this yellow? Why is my balls blue? Yeah, it was so fucking funny, man. We would like save money. And then, you know, so we could throw money around. Yeah, mouth to mouth, yeah. So we could just throw money around those fucking nurses. Like, I just walk on with my... You fucking crazy, man. Like, here's the thing. If you couldn't find a girl that day, there's something wrong with you, man. Like, if you wanted a girl, you could find one. We're talking about the guy to girl ratio, like 1 to 3 or something like that. I was... Oh. Yeah, we need to delete this one here. Remove. I would... I went to... This is another town in another part of the country, but they also had nursing school. And I had a friend over there, and we went to town. And we came up to one of the private nursing fucking parties. Like, we are talking about 30, 50 nurses. And there was me and my friend and 2 other boyfriends up there. And then between 30 and 50 fucking girls. And I think I must have been like 20... 24, 5, and it's the same age of the nurses, maybe a couple of years younger, some a couple of years older. It was a fucking blast, man. Holy shit. Like, you're just sitting there, it's just like, am I dead? Am I in heaven right now? And because you were the only, like, what, you know, you were one of, like, 5 guys there, or 4 guys there, all girls would just fucking talk to you. Because there were no other people to talk to than other girls, and they talked to each other all the time. And because I and my friend came from another part of the country, basically the opposite side of the country, we were a little bit exotic because we didn't talk like them, and we came from another place, you know. So it was just like, fucking hell, that was, like, it was one of the best fucking party time I've ever had in my life. But my friend always got fucking weird when he got drunk. So because he couldn't find a girl that he liked, or she didn't like him, he got a little bit pissed off and was like sitting in the corners, you know, being a sour pussy. So I kind of have to fucking leave with him because he was like, oh, why are you talking to girls when I can? Blah, 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 blah. I was just, oh, fuck yourself, man. Let's go. You're just making this a fucking problem. Funny story though, one younger guy in that woman's psych class clearly took the class to meet hot girls. He lasted less than 2 weeks before he was gone. Ooh. Nurses wants to always nurse you. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That happened a lot there. One of them saw that I was a little bit too drunk, so she almost carried me over to a bar stool and set me on it, rubbed my cheek and my legs and oh, you're okay? Do you need some water? And I was just there, oh, just keep it fucking coming, man. Oh, just come on, baby. I think that's the problem. I don't really care about any relationship or something. I just want to play games. Well, maybe you're autistic then. Maybe it's something you need to have looked at. Go get checked up on it. Those ads that comes up like, are you watching porn with family? Sounds like Vin Diesel from the Fast and Furious. I never seen those. I never seen those. What the fuck are they saying in the release note? No release note have been installed. Oh, yeah. They can be really good with their hands. Seriously, I'm just confused with the nurse you thing. I want the juice, but not the squeeze. If you don't get it, you're probably autistic. If you don't get why people find the opposite sex or the same sex attractive if you're running that way, and you don't see the appealing side of being one of 5 men around 50 girls, you are lacking something on the social spectrum. And you may need to get it checked out, because you can learn to understand it. That's what I did. I'm also autistic, but I learned to understand it at a young age by myself, basically. Well, not a young age. Up till I was like 19, 20, I had the same mentality. Fuck girls. I don't care about girls. All they want is your money. Fuck them. Then I got drunk and met some fucking hot girls, and I was like, I want a piece of that fucking pussy. And ever since then, I like girls. So yeah, you may need to be you may need to get some tools that can help you understand why you act the way you do, and it can actually help you in a good way later in life. Even 12-year-olds thinks about girls if they are not, what is it called, neurologically diverse, I think is the right word to use nowadays. She's giving me that, said, you know what's fun? Having a girlfriend that's bi and encourages her to flirt back with the hot weight. Dude! That's like every guy's fucking dream. Until the girl wants to have more sex with the other girlfriend than she wants with you. And those two are like just having it way with each other all the time, and you are being pushed out to just sit in the fucking corner playing Mario Brothers. Or go and watch Shark Week on the television. While they're fucking humping away in the bed. I've seen it too many times, or heard it too many times from friends and stuff like that. It started out with like, oh, I'm bi, let's introduce another one into the relationship, and then it almost always end bad. Let me put it that way. That the one that's not bi end up being kicked out, basically. And it is. One time, yeah, have like a threesome, yeah, like if it's a one-time thing that happens like once a year, twice a year, yeah. But if it becomes a regular thing, that's when you can go into fucking problems, man. Has to be a perfect storm of conditions. Yeah, it just can't be on a regular basis. That's it. Like if you go and get drunk once in a while and you take like another girl with you home and you have a threesome, I don't think that could be a big problem. But if it's like once a week, 2 times a week, damn, man. And if you notice that she's hooking up more with her than you are, I get why they find them appealing. I just don't get those punch references. Again, maybe you should see a profession. I'm just saying it. It could help you in life. It could. It's. You have to understand the sexual nature of human beings to understand the puns and references. And if you don't understand the sexual nature of human beings, you may have a misguided view on that subject. Why you maybe also think it's okay, as you did before, to joke about the things you should not be talking about, because it could get you into problems. You may not understand the ramifications of stuff like that. And again, as an autistic person, I can tell you that that's how autistic people normally, or for a lot of autistic people, look at life. But with some tools, you can learn to live with it. You can actually, I will not say learn, but you can try. You can learn to understand why non-neurotically diverse people, I think is the right word, look at it that way. And then you start, when you understand it, you start to look at it like they do. You get what I'm saying here? So let's say you don't find sex appealing, but you get into a discussion about it, you learn about it, why people that do find it appealing, why they find it appealing, and you start to understand it. You can then start to also want it and find it appealing. I'm not saying it will happen, but it can happen. That's what happened to me. A lot of things socially didn't click with me until I understood it. So I did a lot of researching, reading, talking to people. And when it's like, oh, I understand why they want that, then I'm like, I kind of want that also then. You get what I'm saying here? Don't get confused. Nursing party is okay. Nursing home. Yeah, nursing home. Yeah. I guess it's not a problem. Fayobi, I can't fucking pronounce that name. It's not a problem. It's just it's what the fuck is the correct word? It may be a temporarily limitation. Yeah, again, that's something you need to have. You need to be checked up on that, yeah. A chance to run Slackware for a month and report on it. I ran Slackware for over 2 years before, so why should I do it again? I ran Slackware as my main system for 6 months, 2 or 3 times in the early 2000s. As my daily driver, yeah. There are some people that are asexual, they don't engage in any sexual relationship, and that's okay. Yeah, but from talking to him about other things in this chat, it seems like it's not the thing here. Know the social rule, then you can break them. Exactly. But I'm just saying that even if you are asexual, go, figure out if that's really the thing. Talk to a professional about it. I've been driving Slackware for 8 years. Cool for you, man. Because here's the thing. It will make your life better in the long run if you tackle these obstacles. They will, even if you don't change your mind. But just the fact that you know what's going on and you have some tools that you can use will make your life better. There's a lot of people out there that have been running Slackware for fucking decades, man. There's a lot of people that have been running Slackware for decades. And my Google Assist is going to activate here in 3 minutes, I think. And tell me to go to bed. I really, really like the Ubuntu fonts here. You don't get Slackware. I don't have any extensions for anything in here. I'm running Bocce. And this is stock standard Chrome. This is stock standard Chrome. My home has used it, but I don't get it. Slackware is kind of like the hardcore guys Linux. Look at it like that. Like, it's for, like, if you think Arch Linux is for people that like to tinker, Slackware is for people that likes to run Linux. Administrate Linux. Tinker. Understand Linux. Without all of the help tools that you get from other distributions. Like I said, back in the day, Slackware didn't even fucking have a package manager. You were the package manager. Nowadays it does. So you get like, if you want Slackware from 2000 to 2012 is, if you ran Slackware back then, Arch Linux would be like running Ubuntu today. And I would even say that to some extent, if you run Slackware today, and you do that for a long time, Arch Linux will still feel like, oh my god, this is like running Ubuntu. Like all of the conveniences and all that fucking shit that you're getting with Arch Linux. It's like you're really left on your own with Arch Linux. Arch Linux and Linux from scratch is like that's where you go if you want to fucking test your balls, man. You need to install Slackware full install because you need those dependencies. Yeah, you need a lot of dependencies. Or you have to hunt them down yourself. And you need to learn how to do Slack builds and all that fucking shit. So Slackware is actually the Linux that could theoretically flex a bit. Yeah, you could flex a bit if you run Slackware. It's a little bit of a flex, yeah. I was interested at one point in poking around Alma Linux. I installed like last week or this week, I can't remember. I installed Alma Linux, Rocky Linux, Euro Linux. I tried a lot of these alternatives to Red Hat, free alternatives to Red Hat. Portals, yeah, I've heard about that. But yeah, they're quite fun to mess with, especially if you. But I would say it like this: if you're thinking about having a stable system, and that's why you're going with those enterprise level systems, just run fucking Debian, man. Run Debian. Debian is a little bit more up to date than Alma and all of those are, newer kernels, newer software and stuff like that, and it's just as stable, if not more stable. And it takes, it has access to more newer software if needed be. If needed be, you have access to newer software. Really, really easy and convenient. All of the Red Hat clones don't really have some newer software you can get. You can get like the enterprise extended repos and the RPM Fusion repos, but they are still kind of limited. With Debian stable, you basically have access to the backports that then give you access to basically anything in Debian testing to some extent. So for if you're not running a server but a desktop, I would go with Debian stable. If you want the secure and stable experience that you get from running a Red Hat clone. Use processes for 8 years, but started with Slacks. Yeah, I remember Slacks. Debian stable is so good if you don't have a brain fart of new software. If you want something that you can install and run, Debian is like I said in one of my videos, you can pee in your fucking computer and Debian will still be running. We can have a nuclear war and Debian will still be running in the back end when all of us are dead while the cockroaches are eating themselves to death because there's no more food. Like, Debian is don't give a fuck, it just fucking runs. And like I said, you have access to so much more software easily and more conveniently than you do under the Almas and stuff. Because Rocky Linux, Alma Linux, Euro Linux and all that, they are not built for the desktop. They are built as a workstation or as a server. Where Debian stable is also built as a desktop. It's also meant for the desktop. Slackware is a ball breaker if you dependency resolved by hand like me. Yep. That's what I did back in the day. So I didn't install much software back then. I only installed what I need, and that's it. Yeah, Alma. Yeah. Go Google Steam Beats. It's a site run by Harris Heller that you can use his music for any streaming services without getting copyrighted. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that why would they do that though? Why would they respin Alma so no one can use Windows anymore? It makes no sense. I don't even when I use Slackware, I don't even think we have depth finder. I was just like, I compile the software, and then if it was like, oh, you need this repository or this library, then I will find the library and either install it or compile it if needed be, and then that was how I was doing it. And then I tried to compile it again. It's like, okay, all dependencies are met, and then it will then continue the compilation. Governments never make sense. That we can agree on. That we can agree on. Yeah, stack builds are great. Yeah. Oh, what music? I listen to anything from classical music to death metal. Mostly, I'm a hard rock, heavy metal guy. Mostly. But I can listen to anything. I don't have the need to mess with Slackware anymore. My days of flexing my fucking Linux boner is done, man. It's done. I at one point you get too old for that shit. You're like, nobody cares how much you're flaking your fucking MCP. Nobody cares how much you're flexing your fucking Linux points, E-points, what the fuck you will call it. Fucking hell, the bots are really at it today. Like, are they starting to I have to fucking check my Oh, I can't do that in this view. I have to check my messages right now because I'm getting a sneaky suspicion that I have a shit ton of messages I need to delete on my YouTube channel now then. No, it don't seem like it. Whatever, dude. I just had a Chris Tice Tech fanboy correcting me. Just give me a second. I need to deal with some shit here. I like you complaining about the complaining. I love this argument. Oh, I have seen no one else have this problem or have dealt with this. I've talked about this. It's just like, hey, just because you have not seen it don't mean that it don't exist. I've never seen a fucking polar bear in my life. I've seen it on television, but I've never seen it in my life. That don't mean that they don't exist. It's... It's fucking mental, man. One day I should make a video where I you know, do this whole commenting shit. Like, you guys, just take you guys with me in with the, you know, what you actually see what the fuck is going on here. Because it's fucking mental, man. It's so mental. Anyway, let's see what you guys are saying here. We got company. Yeah, Slackware is the blue pill for your nerd bone. Yep. I do Slackware because I love muscle and hate glibc. Oh, well. Maybe you've been hoaxed or hacked. Nah. Slaps. Well, time to create a script that can find and delete if it... I don't think you can do that on YouTube, though. I don't think you can do that. Get your tinfoil hats out. Yeah, have you if never seen a fox real life, but that doesn't mean it don't exist, yeah. So here's the thing. My DSP video didn't get a lot of attention, so I don't think I should do... Like, here's... I know this sounds really, really fucking crazy, but let me try and explain it a little bit. So it makes sense for you guys. Like, there's so much content I want to make, and so many ideas I have in my head, okay? But if I spend 3 hours making a video that 5 people like, or I spend 5 hours making a video 100 people like, what do you think I should do with my time? You know, I'm not saying I'm not going to make another DSP video. I probably am, because that dude fucking makes me angry just thinking about him. Like, him and Keemstar is having a fit right now, a fight, a drama, and I kind of want to do something about that. And because Keemstar is involved, I probably can also attract more viewers and more people with it, if you think about it like that. But I kind of have to, like, I only have a certain amount of time a day, and I kind of have to, like, you know, the majority wins, you know. My open source nerd tier videos. Yeah. Bayonet training video, but using Linux terms as an example, cause random. Yeah, I got a lot of response to the Linux kernel thing. So here's some of the React videos I have in my brain right now. I want to react on a Linus Tech Tip video, one of his Linux videos. I want to react on a Asmongold video, because there's so many Asmongold videos that I think would be interesting for a nerd. That's, you know, because he's only talking about gamers, but it could be fun to take like a non-gaming, even though I am a gamer, but I'm not a gaming nerd, but look at his videos from, let's say, a tech nerd's perspective. So Asmongold is in the mix. There is Jay's 2 cents have some interesting videos I want to look at. So that's like 3 videos. So that's for the next 3 weeks. I kind of have like... Oh, Asmongold, he's the most magnificent balding specimen on Earth. But right, I think... I have a video I made for Vector, the coding video. I have reacted to that one, and that's already uploaded. and ready to be... No, I need to edit it. Fuck, I should have edited that today. Oh no, did I? Yeah, I should edit that. I should have edited that today. Fuck. I can edit it tomorrow. I need to edit that tomorrow. I totally forgot about that. I need to edit that tomorrow and another one. Maybe a more eBoss central reaction video. But that's coming up tomorrow. And then the next one I think would be not next week, but the week after that. It will be an Asmongold video. And then I will try and see if I can find a good one from Linus Tech Tip. Because I think they are a little bit misguided in their Linux content. So, or maybe not misguided, but they lag out some information. So I may do a Linus Tech Tip the week after that. Unless someone requests, I have a video about eBoss's whole store thing, but I feel that if I upload that, I may be targeted for harassment. Oh, I do want to make DSP videos. It's just like I have to kind of, like I said, I'm at a stage right now where I also have to think a little bit about what do you guys want. So what I do has to kind of it has to be what I want and what the majority of other people want that are watching my content. They kind of have to align right now. Because if I just did whatever the fuck I want, nobody would watch my videos. Because I want to do a lot of crazy shit. Like, I would love to have Vector on a video talking about the psychology of a Linux nerd. Like, what makes people go into nerdom? What is the characteristics of people that are nerds and geeks on a psychological level? It would be massively fucking interesting for me. But I don't think a lot of fucking Linux nerds would sit and listen to why they are the way they are. And basically figuring out that they have a lot of fucking things they need to work on. Like being told that you may lack some social skills you need to work on. Or you may are on the spectrum to some extent and stuff. It may not be the best thing for, to tell a lot of fucking Linux nerds or coders and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? But I will find that massively interesting. But I have thought about making a podcast channel talking about all that. But again, time of the day, man. I do have the time. It's just, I don't know if it will pan out. It's something I'm playing with in my head to do like a podcast channel. Where I just talk about random fucking shit for 2 hours. That was a good video. People need to learn that no one cares if they don't like it. Yeah, exactly. It sounds interesting. But yeah, I want to upload the eBoss t-shirt thing, but I don't know, yeah. I don't know if I could get into problem with YouTube about it. I need to be careful of what I'm saying or uploading, because YouTube is really strict with a lot of shit. I will just one thing. If you guys are trying to, I'm not saying you are, but if you're promoting or sharing private things, private videos, songs, and stuff that via Discord, they could fucking kick you off for life. Just putting it out there. If you're doing illegal shit on Discord, they can kick you out for life. So just have that in mind. I had some people also promoting how to get illegal software and stuff like that, and I had to tell them to stop doing that because Discord and the internet in general is really cracking down on stuff like that. I don't make videos because I have literally no idea what to upload. Well, then don't make them. Why not do an eBoss without naming the? I cannot show the content creators his store when his name is all over it. It would like going to the Ford dealership and be like, this is not about Ford. And you're going into the Ford dealership. Yeah, it's not how it works. Yeah, don't upload that for your ease of mind. We know what he's doing. psychoanalysis life is about my pay grade, but my development psych theory project does something similar based on highly focused analysis on an individual's social ties to their over their lifespan. I think you could still get some insight in, because it's basic psychology why we are attached, like it's tribalism. You know, it's basic psychology why we are attached to the things we attach to. But I also think that there's a more underlying thing about tech nerds in general, because technology seems to be a really, really massively individual thing to do. Like, even if you are at a company and you're a coder, you are in your own cubicle. You know, you're sitting, you know, you're not really associating with other people other than over the monitor. You may go to dinner with them or have a lunch with them, but for the most of the time, you are sitting in a cubicle or in an office, you know. Home nerds, hobby nerds are sitting by themselves doing, like, how many of you guys and girls right now, yeah, take care if you're on a big I can't pronounce your name again. How many right now is here with me watching my stream with someone else? Or are you alone? Almost everyone in here are watching me alone. It's kind of a little bit scary. And I think if you go on to Asmongold's, like they get 20,000 of views. It will not be surprising if, let's say, 15,000 of 20 views are watching them alone. Like, there is something to be said about nerds, gaming nerds and geeks, and like nerds and geeks in general. Well, your son is sleeping next to you. Yeah, well, that's not a partner. That's your son. That's not the same thing. That's not what I'm trying to make here. It is like a lot of them is not, like a lot of nerds, most nerds don't have a meaningful connection or relationship to other human beings while they're nerding out. You get what I'm saying here? 117 topics for videos written on my whiteboard. Yeah, you need a bigger whiteboard. YouTube has gone soft. No people. Here's the thing: a lot of people bitch and moan about YouTube going soft, Discord going soft. No, people are just doing shit they should not be doing, so therefore they have to crack down on it. If people stop doing crazy ass shit that are ruining it for everyone else, they would not have to infringe their laws as hard as they're doing. Or have a lot of the laws there. Jay's 2 cents consists of 100% click. Jay's no, I will not agree with that. Jay 2 cents is one of the fucking most realistic and authentic tech YouTubers out there. I followed Jay's 2 cents since his first video. Well, I got different perspective on that based on the discipline of the person you're asking. Yeah, of course, there's always, like, I'm painting with a really broad brush right now, of course. Hashtag not all, maybe, if you get what I'm saying here. But for the most part, like, I've been dealing with nerds and geeks my whole life. And almost, like I said, 90% of them is like what I'm talking about right now. They are isolated, alone people. Now, I'm saying they are lonely, but they're isolated and alone. And a lot of them would be regarded as having some form of issues. Well, no one else is awake, and we are talking about people that can barely open their text messages on their phone. Yeah, well, yep, I hope you focus on stuff that I'm interested in. Again, yeah, that could be a sign of autism. Yep, I understand. My wife wouldn't watch your videos with me. She will turn on. No, but I'm not saying that you have to watch this. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, is there another adult in your room right now? That's what I mean. Like, is there someone that you can talk to if you, like, need 5 minutes break from me? Is there someone you can turn to and talk to? That's an adult. I hope you get what I'm saying here. That's what I mean. So how many in here can be like, oh, it take me literally 1 second to go over and talk to a wife, a mother, my dad, you know, my sister, my brother, you know, another one at your level, not a kid, you know, if you are dad, but someone at your level. That's what I mean. And my experience say that most nerds don't have that. Like most coders and stuff, they don't have that because it attracts a mindset of people that like to be alone. Like you will not have like a social person will not be wanting to sit and code for 10 hours looking at a screen, not talking to anyone. They will go mental if you're like a bubbly, social, outspoken person. They will go mental. You get what I'm trying to say here. Yep, I understand now. My wife wouldn't. Oh, I read that. Yep, I follow him for a long time. Content on YouTube has been advertiser friendly above all. Mechanisms to put advertisement in front of eyeballs. They are like, I can say fuck shit, penises and all that fucking shit. Like, I am advertiser friendly. Maybe mention the e-boss concept without directly. You can't. Like, again, it would be like you going to the Ford dealership and say this video is not about Ford, and you're running around looking at Ford cars, criticizing Ford cars, talking about the Ford with Ford cars, but this is not about Ford. You just physically can't. His name is all over the place. And everyone that knows him knows it's about him. That it's his store. You just physically can't. Yeah, I won't be going on for long. Maybe like 40 minutes longer, and I have to go to the gym tomorrow morning. So I can't do that video without mentioning eBoss, or without people knowing it's eBoss Central. I'm not isolated and not alone. I'm divorced and my kids are growing. I love living alone. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. Not loving living. So I'm not saying that people are lonely. I'm not saying that they don't like living alone. I'm just saying that a lot of people are alone when they are doing this nerd thing, working on Linux, coding, hobbyists and stuff like that, watching stuff like what I'm doing right now. A lot of people tend to be alone when they're doing that, and that talks to a certain personality type that like that kind of lifestyle. If you love being around people and you love friends and you love being social and interacting with people in real life, you will not be liking this. You will not be sitting here for 5 hours and talking to me. You get what I'm saying here? I have my parents downstairs. That kind of... Yeah, well, technically, I can talk to Benny. Technically, he's 77 years old adult. Yeah, that... Yeah, I get that, but that's not... that's not what it is. Yeah, but just that you can sit for 5 hours or 2 hours in front of a screen is a little bit alarming. eBoss is probably the worst of the new bunch of Linux. Oh, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I can roast eBoss Central, but me actually going in and showing his money making, his business, his store to some extent, and criticizing it and telling people not to buy it, it's basically defamation. No, I'm trying to take away his livelihood. You get what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to do so he can't make money. And I don't think Linux, I don't think YouTube like that, because that's a little bit form of bullying, if you ask me. If my girlfriend was awake, she would not mind sitting next to me while I do stuff on my Linux machine and chatting That's amazing. That's amazing. But again, Victor, like I say, I think the majority of people that are watching, like Asmongold and me and other, content creators and are nerds themselves and geeks, or what you will call it, I honestly believe a majority of them don't want that, don't have that, are not interested in that. They like the isolation of this. There's a YouTuber called Dr. K. I know Dr. K. I know Dr. K. The problem I have with Dr. K is that he's trying to solve problems over a one-on-one Skype call, over a 2-hour session. It's not really how you do it. He's kind of the Dr. Phil of YouTube. You can't fix people like that. Yeah, take care, Joseph. Oh, I fucking need to grill, man. Yeah, feel free to talk to me on Discord, man. We do the same kind of things over video calls. Just have our video calls going in the background while we work. That's, again, amazing, man. What E-Boss is doing, I noticed that he is re-uploading old videos as current. Is he? Yeah, but here's the thing. Use the word actually an opinion. It's not a shield. Because if they can, let's say we go to court and they can say like, yeah, he said that it was allegedly, and in his opinion, but we know that he's doing it to defame me. And I would be, even if I use those words. It's like blatantly obvious that I'm trying to say to people, don't buy his shit. It's what I say, don't buy this shit. You know, and I show licenses code, licenses that say that it's illegal what he's doing. You get what I'm saying here? So it's like I can't. The best way to go about it would be like go to Manjaro, KDE Linux, Arch Linux, and then basically make them aware of it. Go to them and say, are you aware that this dude is stealing your artwork? I spend 16 hours a day developing Slackware. I try to find time for movies, games, coding, etc. Yeah, that I hope there's time with other people in that fucking in that time span. Feel like I get called out a bit when you said the being alone thing. It's not being called out. It's like it's what it is. Like, I'm doing the same thing. Like, I'm no better than you guys. Like, part of the reason why I want to go to the gym so much is because right now that's the only social interaction I have with other people besides going to shop. So I go to the gym also to get in contact with social media, to get in contact with other people, or else I will fucking lose my mind. I happily, I'm not joking here, I could happily sit in my apartment for 24 hours and do nothing but what we are doing here. You know, do what we're doing right now. I could happily do this 24 hours a day, every day of the week. But I also know that it will really, 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 really track me down psychologically. I would be a mess within a month. I will not be able to go outside my door. I will not be eating, not be showering. I will just be sitting in front of my computer and not move. Basically become a hermit. And that's not healthy. So trust me, I know. That's why I can talk about this. And it's also why like I said, I've seen other people like me in the community, like a shit ton of people like me in the community. It takes one to know one. You get what I'm saying here? It's life and true, but you are the power. Yeah, it's your power to change it. I personally don't like the trend towards e-therapy online. I couldn't agree more. In my opinion, it's nice and better than nothing and can be useful, but too much goes missing when. So here's how I look at e-therapy, as you call it. In my humble opinion, it should be for people that needs to get started. So if you're an online therapist, and I'm talking out of my ass because I'm not a professional in anything here, but this is how I would look at it, is that if you're an online therapist, your goal should be figuring out what kind of help this person needs and guide him to the right person. So your goal as a non-physical therapist should be like, okay, what is your problems? What kind of help do you need? Let's talk a little bit about that, and then guide him or her or it or whatever the fuck we are saying here to the right physical person they can meet in their town or whatever it is. Help them get to that meetings. Be a support system for them. That's what you need to do online, because that's the best you can do online, in my humble opinion. Is that, hey, what do you need help with? What is your problems? Why X, Y, and Z? And let's talk about the whys, the whos, the don'ts, and all of that. And then, I think you should talk to someone like this. Is there anyone in your area? Let me help you find the help in your area. Let me help you be the support, behind you to go to the first couple of meetings and stuff like that. Be the support network. That's what e-therapy, as you call it. I hate the word e-therapy. I will call it online help or something like that. But anyway, fuck it. That I think that is the biggest help that someone online can give people. I couldn't do that 24-hour day. I need to move and shower. Trust me. If you get into it, you won't. Your whole world if you get hyper focused on something, coding or whatever the fuck it is, you lose all perspective of time, man. Yeah, started the maintenance. Yes, exactly. I try to pace myself, do things on a schedule for structure, plan my activities. That helps a lot of people. I'm not good with it because if I plan my activities and I don't do it, I feel bad about it, and then I start to not want to do anything because I'm a bad person, because I didn't do the thing I write down I wanted to do. I do make plans, like if I have meetings and shit like that. I actually have a meeting next Friday, it's like in little under a week, about potential new job. So that I'm looking forward to that. But this is again why I fucking hate all of these advices here. Planning helps some people. It don't help everyone. So you try it out. If it don't work for you, try something else. I know way too many people that are like, oh my god, I was told to do this, it didn't work for me, I can't be helped. Like, no fucking, dude, like, come on. That's not how the world works, man. We are individual human beings. May not be as important as we think we are, but we are still individuals. Unlike the mindless fucking Linux nerds out there that are sucking with the Stallman's cock and writing Chris Titus text MCPs, but yeah, we are to some extent individuals and we all function in different ways. And to some extent, that's why, psychology may never be a science, because we don't work the same. There's a lot of things that are the same with humans, but there's also a lot of things that are not the same on a biological level and a psychology level. So you can't make something that has to do with the brain and say this is a definition, a defined outcome that will always happen every time we do this. That can never fucking happen, because the brain is so fucking weird. I don't think we'll ever reach a point where we can say this thing will help everyone that has this psychological problem, because we are so fucking diverse in our brains. When I work on a project, I do it in phases. I break things up. I'm not doing everything at if I get really focused on something, I need a time or something like that. And even when that goes off, I sometimes can't fucking stop doing it. It's when I start to smell myself like, oh my god, you haven't showered in 2 days. Get a shower, you fucking idiot, and let Linux be, like, go take a fucking shower, you fool. Or, oh my god, I haven't worked out in a week. You should go work out. You get what I'm saying? Oh my god, these fucking idiots here. Fucking dipshits. Oh, there's more. Oh, I already... Oh, hide him. Why is this message not getting... My showering is scheduled. That's could be a autistic thing. The thing with psych on a practical sense is a lot of the treatments is advice-based. Exactly, but you need a lot of evidence showing a benefit of it to be applied. Yeah, and again, that's why, in my opinion, that it can't be a science. Because for something to be a science, it have to have the same outcome. You have to be able to reproduce the outcome. Doing the same thing and get the same outcome over and over and over again. And you can't do, like, math, for example. Coding. You can do it in different ways, but you still get the same outcome if you do the exact same code over and over again. Usually when I go far down the rabbit hole on a project, I tend to break stuff. Yeah, well, that may not be the best thing to break shit. Just putting it out there. Just saying, like, maybe you should stop hitting things and break things. But and for me, it can be a fucking movie, a television series. If I get really into a television series, I can watch everything in like 2 days or something like that. I used to schedule some stuff when I was younger, like taking a bath on X and Y days. Yeah, and I get a lot of people do that, especially a lot of people on the spectrum do that. But it also have a little bit to do with your upbringing and all of that fucking shit, you know. There a lot of factors plays in here. I wanted to try something. I can't remember what the fuck it was right now. Oh, yeah. Let's see what kernel.org is saying. But yeah, I stopped watching Dr. K. Oh, .3 is already out. So my video is already outdated. I watched The Sopranos in 3 days. Oh my god. Yeah, a lot of things. I stopped using the term science. I tend to use the word discipline is a good word to use. Yeah. Discipline. Or I like the word tools. Because and this is maybe this is because I'm an old mechanic and I've been working with machines my whole life, but I look at my brain as a toolbox. So when I need to change something, or I need to understand something, or I need to learn something, I acquire tools that allow me to do so. So if I want to learn Python, I acquire tools that help me learn Python. If I want to get a schedule going, I get tools from people that understand how to do that I can use into my toolbox. If I need to be less nervous at meetings, I acquire tools that can help me being less nervous at meetings, you know, talking to professionals, having, you know, support network, all of that fucking shit. To me, that's a tool. I can then take out of my tool, I can open my brain, take it out of my toolbox and say, I'm going to utilize this tool right now. If I get a panic attack, I can do these breathing exercises, or I can listen to this music, aka that's a tool I can use to deal with a thing. That's how I look at it. Other people look at it in different ways. It's what it is, you know. It is what it is. But I like to look at it like, okay, I'm in this situation. I need a screwdriver. You know, I'm in this situation. I need a hammer. In this situation, I need a fucking volt, you know, analyzer, a voltmeter, something like that. That can help me deal with X, Y, and Z things that has to do with the brain. So the more tools I can get into my brain, the better. The more Python tools I can get, the better. By the way, I actually wanted to show you some Python scripts, Vector. We need to schedule a live stream where we can do some Python stuff. Just need to know when you're available for that, and then you don't have to be on call or anything. I can just show you, you know, on screen. But we need to figure a day that fits us both, and then I can show you a shit ton of Python on a live stream. But yeah, you know, I want to drive, you know, acquire all the tools to become a better driver, and then utilizing those tools when I'm driving. I have a PDF about Python in math, in Swedish, and an online compiler I use to do some stuff. Tools in a toolbox, a package in a repository. Packages is a little bit... Yeah, I don't like the package analogy, but that's just me. I just like the toolbox because they are helping you. When I had to do a jumping rope test, I only focused on getting the growth... package in a ported socket patch on a pile of particle previously. Yeah. Yeah, but it's... I just noticed that a lot of nerds and geeks, they tend to struggle with some things. Just look at my chat in here. I would say the majority of people in here could be diagnosed with one or another thing. Like, honestly, we all could get like one diagnosis. Maybe it's a minor diagnosis, but we could all get a diagnosis. And when I see people in other people's chat, it's the same thing in there. I think it's something that we don't talk about, that we need to talk about. I struggle with the haters of glibc, yeah. And I think a lot of the fighting in the Linux community, hating system D, hating being angry over a numbering scheme, stems from something that they're dealing with that has nothing to do with system D. That has nothing to do with I like GNOME over X, Y, and Z. It has more to do with yourself. And if we can figure that one out, we will be less angry. And there's a lot of angry people in the Linux community. I just feel like I'm a bit dumb. Get tested. Get tested then. Figure out if you really are dumb. Like, I've been there. I still think I'm the massest fucking stupidest person on earth. Get tested. Like, if you have a fear or something, then figure out if you think you're dumb, get tested by a professional to see if you really are dumb. And if that test say you're not dumb, you know what? Now you have a piece of paper done by a professional that tells you you're not dumb. So every time you think you're dumb, you can look at that paper and say, you know what? I may feel like I'm dumb, but in reality, I'm not dumb. That could be a help. Fun fact confession. I have a diagnosed learning disability with working memory, meaning I may know how to do something, but my brain will not let me recall it even if I actually know it. Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. So how does that affect you? Let's say if you're taking, you have to present a test at school, a vocal test, a verbal test at school, or you're sitting and doing, let's say, your calculus test at school and stuff like that. Is it going to infect that? Like, are you slower to do those things, or can't you just do them at all? My fear are actually school tests. They are important. I tend to road check everything in math test, get panic, erase it, rewrite it. Yeah, again, you probably have, you need some tools to deal with that shit, man. Like, you need to talk to someone. Like I said, it can only make your life better. Yeah, that's really interesting. Huh. I think we all have experienced that. We call them brain farts, where where you know something but you forget it. But I expect that in your case, you just don't forget it. And it's like it's just gone for like a long while, maybe. Like it could be like under the test you can't remember it, but on your way home you remember it, maybe. It makes phrasing anything with numbers extremely difficult, depending on what it is. I was way behind with shit because my brain just hit a wall. Or S. I don't know what you mean with the A. Is it S's? So we all enjoy this part of the therapy in being nerds bones. I can't help you about your nerd boner. you need to get a nerd boner on. Just watch Chris Tiles Tech talk about his MCP. Maybe I'm a tinfoil on the Hack 5 and I see a lot of rope slaps and nose slaps and target glibc. It breaks stuff, but use muscle. Yeah, a lot of people don't really like glibc. Because in glibc, the known people and the Free Software Foundation people, they are not afraid of breaking things. They don't care if they break a things doing an update. They don't give a fuck about it. And that's kind of a wrong, in my opinion, wrong mentality to have. Even in the tutorial, I don't see anything explain the part of the. Yeah, you need to talk to someone, dude. Reading, writing versus math. There was a massive gap when assessed. They were like, yep, there it is. That's what's going on. Ah. I thought I installed the wrong kernel when I first saw 6, but was busy with exams, did not check it out. Yeah, you need to go and see someone. You really do. It will make your life better, okay? Like, we can't do anything for you in here. I'm sad to say. You find someone that you trust, talk to them, and get, you know, some tools, or what you will, packages, or what you will call them. And trust me, your life will be fucking better. And the younger you are, the earlier you deal with stuff like that in your life, the better your life will be. Like, I went till I was like 35, 36 before I started to deal with all of this fucking shit. That's too fucking long to wait, man. It really is too long to wait. Like, I functioned in my 20s, in my 30s, early 30s, I was a fucking mess, man. Like, I couldn't do anything because I waited so long to deal with a lot of fucking shit. I didn't have any tools. So it would be like laying in my bed for fucking 3 weeks at the time sometimes. And that's not a way to fucking live. I told our counselor this one time. From 30-ish to like 34, I lived like a 90-year-old man. Like, anything you think a 90-year-old man did, I would be doing that. Never leave the house, be at home all the time, ordering food every fucking time, not be healthy, not, you know, basically just waiting to die. And it's not fucking a life to live, man. Go get some tools, get some help, figure that shit out, and go take over the world with your fucking coding skills. Yep, in my 20s I was on auto. In my 30s, yeah, my 20s, like, I dealt with it with working out, work. So this was my day in my 20s. I would wake up, go to work, take all of the extra time I could. After that, I would go to the gym for 1 hour to 2 hours a day. I had 1 day off each week. In the weekends, I would get pissed drunk Friday and Saturday. So I didn't work out there. Oh, well, sometimes I did work out anyway. So that was my 20s. Working out, drinking. Working out, drinking. Working out, drinking. Until I needed like almost a fucking bottle of booze just to get drunk. And I thought I had a fucking addiction to alcohol at some point. Because I was like, I drank 3 bottles of fucking whiskey and rum and vodka, you know, every Friday and Saturday, like over the weekend. I drink like 2 or 3 bottles of booze, plus the fucking beers I drink in town. Like, I had blackouts all the fucking time. So I stopped drinking, but it was like in my late 20s when I stopped drinking. And and then I basically just, you know, stress got to me. I basically just fucking broke. That said, part is no one realized something might be wrong until I was in academic probation. Academic probation in college. My academic counselor is the one to refer me to an assessment. Oh, that's great. I only drank because I was bored. So all my friends, I never had friends that was into nerd things. All my friends was fitness guys. They were bodybuilders, fitness expert. They were dietitians, and they worked. They worked physical labor jobs, mechanics, landscaping, gardening, all of that fucking anything you could think about that has to do with physical labor. They did that. I was the only one interested into technology and computers. I had one friend that liked computers, but he didn't understood them. And what he did with computers, he played Doom. He played 1 or 2 games, that's it. But he liked upgrading his computer for, I don't know why, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know why he wanted to upgrade his computer. I had to fucking uninstall viruses every week from his computer because he had like 10,000 viruses. Like, it was fucking mental. Oh yeah, I was also in the army. When I was in the army, it was the same. You know, doing the army stuff, being so exhausted that I couldn't work out. But every weekend I was home, I would be drinking my ass off and then go back to the station every Sunday. But like I said, I had no friends that were into the nerd things. I didn't even have gaming friends. So when I had my day off, like when I didn't have to work, the only thing to do was, well, you can work out or you can go get better. You know, you can come to town with us and drink, because that you know, that's what people do in their 20s. They go out partying every fucking weekend. So that was the option. So I didn't want to sit home alone and just looking at a fucking wall. So it's just like, well, let's go work out and then go get drunk. Let's go work out and get drunk, and then let's go work and then go work out. I basically just did what my friends did. When they did it like 80%, I did it 90%. So if they drank 1 beer, I drank 5 beers. If they worked out 30 minutes, I worked out an hour. You know, I always did, because I had more time. I didn't have a girlfriend. Was not really interested in girlfriends, to be honest. Like, I like girls, but living with them and be with them. But at some point, your body just say, you know what? You need to fucking relax, man. Like, I talked to my mom at one point, and in my 20s, on an average day, I may be home, or was maybe home like 4 hours before I had to go to sleep. On average a day. Where I was alone at home. Like, you don't fucking need, you don't recharge your batteries in 4 hours, and you know. And that was, you know, after working out, doing the job, or drinking and working out. You know, I had 4 hours a day alone with myself. That's not normal, man. So of course my body was like, fuck that shit. Wait, did I write a piece of Python? I don't know. I don't think you did. No. You write a if statement. 20s work plus partying. Yep. Yes, I did. No, that's not Python. It's an if statement. That could also be a if you change a little bit about it, it can also be used in C++. This is nothing in there nothing there say that it's pure Python. I can't end up at a bar drinking. None of them was into wine, actually enjoying it with quality meals. Oh, some friends say I'm like a grandpa. Yeah, you are like a grandpa. Yes, but we use it a bit in Python when we start. Yeah, but an if statement is used in almost any programming language. And they kind of look the same, to be honest. Maybe machine code it looks different. Math is kind of a dunk on everyone if you don't participate in any day. Yeah, yes, yeah, exactly. Like, I did advanced mathematics in school. Like, I did high school mathematics in pop, like in like 9th grade. I can't remember shit of any of that today. Like, it's the same with working out. Use it or lose it. The long beard and the beer. Yeah. So I love when I talk to people that, oh, well, I did advanced classes in school, and I'm like, yeah, it's like 20 years ago. Like, get over your fucking self, you know, like, I can't use that for anything. I don't care how smart you think you are. Like, it's all about, you know, repetition training. Yeah, nobody remembers a lot of things from school other than the basics. And that's because we're not using it. If you don't use it, you are losing it. And it's like that with everything in life, man. Use it or lose it, man. Past math questions, so don't forget. Yeah. I only use what I need. That's what everyone does, man. There are probably things that Vector learned in uni about psych that he has forgotten everything about right now. And I'm sure that it's not even that long ago since he took the classes. The only thing he can remember is the fucking sexy girls he had in his class. You know, all of the fucking boobies and stuff like that he would like to do. I took German like 20 years ago. Only thing I used that for was winning an Oktoberfest game. Yeah. Hey, at least you won the game. At least you won the fucking game, man. At least you won the game, man. But yeah, I just love talking to people that boast about credentials they have that's like 10, 20 years old. And I'm like, how much of that shit can you remember if you don't use it on a daily basis? Like, it's... Get over yourself, dude. It's all about reputation. That's what I told a classmate, or help her improve in... Yeah, in English, Swedish, yeah. We are spro introduction. Oh god, tons of stuff that I have to go back and refresh on. There's so much shit that's useful, but it would be impossible to recall on demand. I saw all the text I can. Yeah, and it's the same with computers, it's the same with coding, it's the same with Linux, it's the same with Windows. If you don't keep it in your mind and you keep it fresh, you lose a lot of that knowledge if you don't use it. Like, fuck it. Like, in the last stream, I had to have help how to enable a fucking service under System D because it's been like 6 months since I done it the last time. You know, like, System CTL enable and then the service. Like, hey, it's not something I do every day, so why the fuck can I not, you know? We are in geometry right now, and I feel like I learned something new. Every job I work, they told me, forget what you were taught. We do it differently in the real world. Yeah, that's kinda... Forget what you know, and let's teach us what you need to know. Program needs daily practice. You can't remember math. Exactly. Even though it's like 7th or 8th classes or so. But programming 1 week and proof. Yeah, and this is the problem with me. I get into a programming rabbit hole for like a couple of months. And then I take 6 months off because then I'm focusing on YouTube and other fucking shit. And I don't have the time to code. And then I'm like, oh my god, I really want to do this again. And then I basically have to relearn everything again. Or, well, relearn a lot of it again. So I basically are spending 50% of the time learning and 50% of the time coding. Because I have to fresh everything. So if I just kept at it every day, I would be way ahead of where I am right. It's the same with playing the guitar. I used to play it every day. And the process was amazing. Now, sometimes I play once a month, sometimes 5 times a month. And I never really progress because I don't play long enough to progress. But again, I have to prioritize. Even though I had a lot of spare time. Like, this is now taking me almost 6 hours. You know, which remind me that I need to go because it's over 11 p.m. here and I need to get up at like 6 or 5 tomorrow. Because I want to go to the gym really early. And I need to edit a shit ton of videos tomorrow. So thanks everyone for stopping by. See you all later. And yeah, let's forget about those fucking robots. Fireman carries Ken to bed. Yeah, let me get to bed, man. But yeah, see you all later, man. Have an amazing day. Bye-bye.